If you enjoy the video, make sure you like, share, comment, and subscribe. Warning: the following contains material that may be too disturbing to some people. Descriptions of violence, mature situations, and adult themes. This is intended for mature audiences. Viewer discretion is advised. How's it going, Tim? You have a good trip? Have a good vacation?
It was a bit longer than I would have liked, but other than that, it was pretty good.
Right on.
A lot of time in the truck, though. I added it up, and it was something like 100 hours for the trip in the truck.
Oh. It's a lot. That's a lot of time in the truck. Well,
how'd you pass the time?
That's a good question.
Just staring out the window, or?
Yeah, a combination of staring out the window, trying and failing to sleep, and watching bad movies that I downloaded to my phone. I did get to watch The Velocipaster though, so that was an experience.
Yeah, I know that movie.
The what?
It's a real
The Velocipaster.
It's a real bad movie.
Okay. Sounds like it.
It's like a B movie, like a really
It's
low
a bit
budget.
worse than a B movie.
Yeah, it's like a C or D movie.
Yeah.
I've seen a few of those, yeah.
I think it had a solid like $70 invested in it. It's pretty good.
It's almost as bad as like Thanksgiving. Maybe worse, actually. Everything. Thanksgiving is the movie where the turkey is killing people.
I'm pretty sure they used the same mannequin head for like 8 different deaths.
Awesome.
They had no VFX budget, so when a car exploded, it just said "car explosion VFX."
Oh yeah,
like,
that's like at the beginning of the movie. Yeah. And they just never fixed it. It just became like a sort of meme.
They're like, yeah, it's kind of funny. We'll leave it.
I forgot about that. Yeah. It's like at the beginning of the movie, his parents are supposed to get blown up in a car, and or something like that, and he's just like looking at and it just like says on the screen, there's not even a car there. It just says on the screen, car explosion.
Car explosion VFX.
It's great. It's good stuff. So what do you guys think of the new title screen for B Team?
Looks pretty good.
Yeah. Doesn't worry anybody.
Why would pentagrams worry us?
Why would it worry you? Oh, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, Marin's standing in the center of a pentagram.
That's right where I belong.
You're all surrounded by the council. I don't know. I thought I was going for something there.
I have a question.
I mean, as long as I'm in the middle, we're all good.
Yeah.
I'm getting the most power.
What is your hawk's name?
I don't think Meryn names the hawks. I think they die too often.
Oh.
And I don't really think he cares about them.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Fair enough.
So we left off with B Team last time with Marin doing the ritual, right? That's what happened. So we ended it. What was the rest of you guys up to? You want to remind me?
No good.
Staying in a hotel, right? You guys had gotten a room next to some council members who were watching you. I remember that.
Wow, the council members got a room next to us.
Yeah. Yeah, that's. I mean, you know, same thing. But there was like a moment where O'Dane was interacting. I think it was O'Dane. No, I mean, Soul maybe. Soul or Ambien was interacting with the doppelganger, right?
Oh, or Lynette?
Yeah.
I believe so.
Or maybe it was Marin that.
I thought it was Marin who like hopped out the window and then knocked on the
window.
window.
Yeah.
And then
it was Marin.
That's right.
The act.
That's right.
Ella just watched it. She should know.
Cool. We might have a few cool little surprises for you guys today. For players, you might want to be ready to like flip over to the stream in case we watch something there. If you can't, it's no big deal. I'll be able to link it in the Discord. But there might be a thing with that today. Okay. What else happened last time with B Team?
I don't know. All I know is that nothing good has ever happened in a cutscene.
True. I think that tracks.
Well, this I don't know. This might, some of you guys know what's coming. I think some of you guys know what I'm talking about. And I don't know. Like I think it's a good thing. Like we'll see. We'll see.
Nothing good has ever come from a good thing that the DM says is a good thing.
Not this DM. Anyway. Yeah, so I'm kind of debating who we should start with, is what's going through my head. Like, should we pick right up with Marin? Or should we pick up with the rest of the team first? I think what I might end up doing is rolling a D2 to decide. Is that okay with everybody?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's get into roll 20 here. So did you guys all have a good 4th of July?
It was decent. It was fun for us.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it was kind of.
I sat inside and listened to fireworks.
I had a blast. I drove down to Georgia. I got to see all my family. My sister was in town from Colorado. We shot off a bunch of fireworks. And it was a good time. Lots of friends, new friends and family there and stuff. You guys ever seen I know Wolf's a fan of Supernatural, right?
Oh yeah.
There's a point where they go to heaven and they die and they go to heaven or whatever. And
they're laying on the car.
Yeah, there's like this scene where it's like they're shooting fireworks out in a field where they're like, and it's like supposed to be like their heaven, where like one of the parts of it, they can go to different parts of their heaven. It's different like moments.
Different memories, yeah, and it was one 4th of July they spent together or something like that.
Yeah. So that's what my 4th of July was kind of like. I really had a good time.
Field and all.
Do what? Oh no,
Field and all.
No field,
Oh.
but we were just shooting Roman candles in like my dad's yard and stuff, and like a bunch of other fireworks and stuff.
Nice.
As someone who's the son of a firefighter, it's 4th of July is always interesting because sometimes we'll light off some fun stuff, but there's always like an hour of okay, we have to make sure that all grass around is watered down.
Yeah, I mean you gotta be safe,
Yeah, we didn't even do fireworks in my area because of just the
We
heat
didn't
and the
this
dryness.
time.
Yeah. Well, in Georgia, it stays pretty humid most of the summer, so I don't think we've ever had any like fires or anything like that. Of course, like where my dad lives in Georgia, it's just surrounded by real rednecks, right? So just everybody's just like blasting off illegal fireworks and stuff, and they just get lucky, Like they're not being safe, but nothing bad ever happens, so whatever.
Yeah. You'd be surprised how often people who shouldn't do get lucky.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
That's-
actually illegal in our city to do fireworks.
Oh.
But our city does put on a big fireworks show at the park every year, unless it's COVID. This year, they decided to do a show that they streamed live. But I still heard a lot of fireworks. And luckily, this was the first time my dog experienced fireworks. She actually wanted to go and fight them instead of being terrified of them. Like, she heard them going off outside and she was like barking at the back door. It was hilarious.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
it's
good.
the
That
Video earlier of a dog fetching a Roman candle after someone threw it and running around with it in its mouth. It was bad.
Yeah. I've seen that, I think. And the people are like screaming when the dog picks it up.
Oh no!
But
I've
let's.
seen some awful pictures of dogs that fireworks went off in their mouths, and it just makes
Oh
me so
god,
mad.
that's terrible. Why would anybody do that?
That you don't want. Yeah.
Mm-mm.
People really disappoint me sometimes. Stuff like that.
Me too. It makes
That's
me want to
wild.
shove a firework in their mouth and see how they like it.
Yeah.
Not a small one either.
No.
Well, I'm glad that your dog, wasn't terrified and, was amped up instead. It's probably healthier for the dog to not be stressed out so much,
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's good.
That was one benefit of not having them in my area, was that I didn't have to deal with the aftermath with my animals.
Yeah. Alright. Well, I suppose we can fade into the to the right screen here. I think everything's working okay today, so that's good. Except for Twitch chat's not working for Ella, but that's the new normal, I guess, for you.
It wasn't working for me last time either. Or not like last session, but the last time that we did the
Unmodded.
You tried refreshing your cache.
I should probably refresh my cache. I've only refreshed the page.
It's fine. The video's working for you though, right?
Yeah.
Cool. We have hit 100 followers on Twitch finally, so that's kind of cool.
Woohoo!
Wow.
Nice.
Yeah, that's pretty neat.
Are you getting a lot of people watching your other game?
On YouTube, I think it's kind of like this game, where most of the time the people who show up to watch it live on Twitch are the players. But,
Oh, okay.
like Unrooted seems to love to show up for this show specifically.
Yeah.
And stuff, but it's getting about the same amount of views on YouTube. Like, I actually cut down on promotion a little bit. So like this last one didn't get as many views, but that's going to be it might be the new normal for the YouTube for a little bit. But we're still
That's
gaining
fine.
subs and stuff. We're at like
Yeah.
363 subs on YouTube right now.
Wow.
Oh, that's
Nice.
a lot. So,
Yep. It's consistently like every video gains like 9 to 10 ish. So that's cool, but there's still like a long way to go before it starts really doing much. But
It's too bad they can't come participate in chat. They probably have schedules that don't align for coming to watch us live.
yeah, it's okay. I mean,
I'm not surprised that people don't have 5 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Right.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
is that Tim Rack? Yeah, that's Tim, right? Okay, Tim, I gotta
Yeah.
give you a sword because
Oh, cool.
I gave out swords, and I gotta give you a gifted sub too, I guess.
We're still waiting to see who's going to use theirs on someone else first. Little
Yeah.
Mexico
What?
standoff
For
going on.
real, yeah. The sword. I think that should have done it. If you want to refresh and then type in the chat to make sure.
Alright.
Yeah, it looks like you got your sword. And then
Help to change the titles for streams as you're streaming them.
oh yeah.
It still says we're playing
It-
Codenames.
Yep,
so I
it's because I didn't. That's because I forgot. So that's because I forgot.
Alright, everyone. Athletics check. Lois gets banned.
I think that'd be Marin. You're the mage.
I mean, I
Work out
feel
well.
like the strength was the dump stat for most of us.
It really was.
Who didn't dump stat strength?
I mean, I only have -2 to strength, so I'm pretty strong.
I think I have -3 on
right.
Havoc.
Really?
-3?
I think so, yeah.
What?
Go that low?
No, I have -2. Never mind. I thought 6 was -3.
My strength is 7. I'm cool.
There's nobody on B team with strength.
Mine's
None of
I
us are.
Really?
have
Don't tell
a -1, so maybe
Yeah.
Vaira might be the
Might
most.
be the strongest. Yeah.
No, guys, Kitty is clearly the strongest. Kitty has a
Oh.
2.
Okay.
Fair.
Oh.
All right.
When your strongest character in
Well-
the party is still a -1.
Just
From
be,
here on out, Kitty is banned from Twitch chat.
I'll just be taking notes of how to counter the party.
Oh god.
You didn't figure that out with the goat and the grapple?
that wasn't even
Yeah, true.
intentional, man.
But doesn't the goat get different stats?
Yeah, the goat was actually stronger.
Yeah,
slightly.
it was. It was. Just terrible rolls. Just terrible rolls. But it's a good, you know, it could have been, I don't know, like I could have killed you or something, right? Like,
Right. Well,
could have been worse.
You've already done that.
yeah.
I have done that.
I kind of killed myself a few times.
Yeah.
I can't really blame that on him.
Yeah. I mean, there's somebody here who's lost a couple characters. One of them was to me. One of them was on me, kind of. It's kind of on him, too, really.
Yeah, I don't know how you blame Kashama on anyone. I think that one was poor planning.
You know, I wanted to play an aggressive, total asshole, knowing that I was probably gonna die from it. And, you know, I feel like I accomplished my goals. I made everyone in the party hate me.
I
And
think the thing is that we all wanted to kill you anyways because you were our keeper.
Right.
hmm
Didn't help.
I think even if your character was a total pacifist that was super nice to us, we still would have been jerks to him.
Oh yeah, we still would have tried to assassinate you.
Yeah.
He was a
but the
cool
point is, I
character.
made
It
everyone
worked
hate me
out.
more, which was
Well, yeah,
Fun.
you did a good job.
yeah.
He did do a good job. All right. But yeah,
so you never
Kashama-
told us the results of your D2.
Oh yeah, I gotta roll it still. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So here, we'll just
Yeah.
roll it in the chat. So 1, we'll start with Marin. 2, we'll start with the rest of you guys, I guess. Okay. Looks like we're starting with the rest of you guys. So, the rest of you guys, I think I had you.
I think we were in
On-
the hotel.
Yeah, I think I had you guys using the town map, probably.
Yeah.
Because I think this was sort of illustrating here the hotel situation.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we can turn off the music for now.
When you get a second, can you check Havoc's sheet?
Okay.
Yeah, under the bio on the character appearance box, there's 2 items there. Do I have those, or did I put those in there
Bio.
For- different reason?
Character appearance.
The top left box.
I see that. I don't know.
Do those sound familiar to you at all?
I have no idea. That's the first time I'm seeing those items on you.
Okay, then
As
I must
far
have
as-
done a
far as I'm
wish
a-
list and forgot about it.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware. Feel free to ask the rest of the party though. Maybe it was something you guys picked up at the Wellspring, but doesn't look familiar to me.
What was it?
So I have a ring of truth telling and boots of false tracks.
Did you steal those from Crude yet? Because I don't recognize anybody getting those
I
unless
think I
you
only got
bought them.
gold from him.
Yeah.
You stole a shitload
you-
of gold from him.
Did
I
you
bought-
buy them during our shopping episode?
I bought the Cloak of Elven Kind, but I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't think
I don't think I even heard of the boots of false tracks before.
Yeah.
They're
That's a
like
cool
a
idea,
minor
though.
magical item from Xanathar's, I think.
Did you put them down as like things that you might buy on the wrong sheet on accident, and then just not know?
A
you
wish
went-
list.
I think I put a wish list and I forgot to put wish list, so now
Oh, it
confused me.
says. Oh, okay, you just put that in there though. It
I
says
just put it in there as so that I don't.
Well, now we know
But
what he
I-
wants.
I've never heard of the Ring of Truth Telling, so now I'm like, where did I even get that from?
Yeah, I've never heard of it either. I've never heard of either of those things, but they both sound good, or at least useful. Okay. So
well, that's enough for me. Sorry.
it's all good. Does anyone remember exactly where we left off with B team, or were you guys? I think we gave you guys a long rest, right?
Yeah.
Yes. We'd finished
We did
planning and
the-
finally went to bed, I think.
Yeah, we did the long rest. We talked about what we were gonna do, which was we decided to go through with the thing.
Yep, the plan.
Yeah,
The one thing I remember is that I wanted to do the ritual before my long rest to try to have it done before them. So I haven't put my
Yeah.
long rest on yet. That's the one thing I remember.
Okay.
Oh, and
You have done the
Um,
ritual, Tim. As far
Okay.
as everything is concerned, we left off the scene we left off with Marin was him performing the ritual, like cutting his hand over the altar or whatever, and then the candles blow out into darkness. That's how we ended the session with B team.
yeah.
right.
When we go back to you at some point after we figure out what's going on the rest of the team, we're gonna see what happens there. Like pick up right where we left off from Marin's point of view. So just be
Spoiler
ready.
alert, you now have 6 arms.
So I know.
All the better to
plan
cast spells with.
So I know the plan is that they gave us 24 hours
Mm-hmm.
To prepare.
to
Mhm.
prepare, and then they were supposed to get a priest who can confirm whether Havoc's soul is already claimed by a demon or not. And if it's not, then we fight. And if it is, then we'll do the thing, the ritual.
Mhm. Yeah, I
And if
remember
things don't work out, Vaira's killing everybody.
including the rest of B team.
Yeah.
No.
Andy.
Yeah, I remember Kieran being like one priest easy or something like that. I remember that being a thing. Sestin was
Yeah.
with Meryn while he was doing the ritual, I think.
Yeah. It was Lynette and Daytosh who were in the other room.
Yeah.
Correct. Doppelganger.
Oh yeah, and
Mage.
the face spider Garx was also
And
with
Garx.
us.
Oh.
but
Oops.
Invisible.
Yeah. All right. So did we leave it off with you guys taking your long rest? We can kind of pick up.
Oh, and I believe at the very end, Vaira tried to steal the staff from Havoc.
Right.
I do remember something.
She tried.
Yeah, somebody
Isn't it-
somebody tried to steal it from you guys while you were sleeping. I remember that. I do remember that happening.
It was
Yeah.
Vaira, and she told Havoc
Failed.
she wants to be there when he sells the staff because she doesn't want him in possession of it anymore.
Yeah.
Better mark that down so I don't forget it again.
Okay. So, for those of you guys hanging out in the hotel, the inn, what do you guys want to do?
Are we picking up the next morning? Or
I suppose so.
Okay.
All right, Ramblers, let's get rambling.
Oh, what's happening? Oh, we got a new follower from Torno Bell. Okay, awesome. Thank you for the follow. Okay,
Welcome.
welcome. Yeah,
come in.
Fornabello. Okay, sorry. Yeah, thanks for the follow. Actually, I suppose I don't remember if we had already done. It doesn't matter. We can pick up wherever you guys like. The next morning, when we go back to Marin, we'll probably be going time traveling back to the previous day before he gets his long rest or whatever. But that's fine. You guys do what you want to do.
Oh,
Is,
XP reminder.
Yes, I will. I meant to get some post-it notes just for that. I'll keep that in mind. I will be
Wait,
diligent.
are
Vaira
you gonna
casting
put it
seeing
over
again?
the map in GM layer?
I guess
It's
I
also
could do
something you
that.
can do.
That makes sense. Yeah, I can do that while you guys are playing your scene out.
What were you saying, Kyo?
Is Vaira gonna cast seeming again?
Oh yeah. We probably wasn't there a sewer grate that was really close to the inn that we're at?
A sewer grate? Yeah, probably.
I feel like Vaira doesn't want to waste the spell. If we're just gonna quickly slip into the sewers and go there, she would rather save her spells for if they end up fighting.
So what is our plan?
Mm,
Any last minute things to attend to?
yeah, Ambien wants to pray to the stars while everyone's like starting to wake up.
What does that look like?
So he's gonna pass his starry form, the chalice, and then he's gonna start disrobing himself. And then he's gonna... What?
Why am I not
That's a
surprised?
giggity.
He's gonna start disrobing himself, and then he's gonna place that crystal ball of broken stars in a basin, and then he's gonna grab a pitcher of water, and then use shape water to like do some kind of hydromancy, and start casting augury and praying to the stars for, I don't know, like guidance with this thing that we're doing, like a pact or ritual.
Understandable. So you're doing this with everyone else in the room?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and link augury, I suppose. Let's take a look at the spell. So your divining tool is basically the water. So you're kind of like, what, using it to scry through the crystal combination of water and crystal ball, I suppose. Makes sense.
Mm-hmm. So he, with shape water, I would just like make it spin around. During the weekend, I drew this, and
Sorry?
it's in the inspiration and art thing on Discord. If
Oh.
you could see it.
You're
Oh wow, that's
Nice.
awesome.
gonna have to show it
Oh,
to
cool.
stream.
Yeah, you should pull that up.
Dang! All right, hang on.
I
Let
was
me.
gonna
really good.
ask, does
Yeah,
he
that's awesome.
look like he does when we were fighting,
Wow.
when he became starry mode? So that's really cool.
Okay, hang on. Let me save this to my desktop, and then I'll upload it to. I'll upload it to Roll20 real quick. It should only take a second because I gotta show this to the stream. You know I got to.
It's really good.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay. As soon as it
It's
uploads
pretty
here.
freaking cool.
Yeah, that's dope.
That orb looks amazing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get that orb?
And
Where I
then
think,
he's...
did you get the orb where I think you got the orb? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Cool.
Yeah.
What?
You'll
What did
see-
I just walk into?
You'll see in a second. You'll see in a second.
Oh boy.
All right. So here's this.
Oh, and that's the chalice on his back. That's kind of cool.
Yeah. That's a chalice form.
Thumbnail material.
Yeah. Big time thumbnail material here. So let me just show this to the streams. They can see it. So you did this yourself, right? That's
Right,
That's
I did.
awesome.
That
So
is
cool.
That's really good.
cool.
Yeah. That's
So-
It looks
really-
better on Roll20 than it does on there. I guess it's bigger.
Yeah, that's good
Oh yeah,
stuff.
you could stretch it like...
Yeah, you can make it bigger.
Yeah. We can make it gigantic if we want to.
Whoa!
Oh shit.
That's really cool. Good
And
stuff,
then-
man.
Yeah.
He's gonna start praying like to the stars, like O blazing star, who lights the way with radiating glow of comfort and warmth, may you help me with my truest desire, to guide and protect my family from the assailing darkness ahead. With your blessing, I have full faith that I will venture a path of enlightenment. Illuminate me with your kind and gentle gleam. And then augury happens.
Yeah. So I think as you cast the spell, there's a flash from the orb. Like you feel the spell go off. Like you use the spell slot, it works. And the only thing is, instead of just giving you like simple weal or woe, the star reaches out directly. So I've got a little movie I'm gonna play for you guys on the stream here. Let me make sure this works. I'll also share it in Discord. The video's already on the YouTube, but it's unlisted, so I'm just gonna list it as public real quick. Public, done, and save. All right, so that should be a live video on the YouTube now, just in case there's any of you players can't hear or watch it on stream. I'm gonna link it right below his art image, so you can go watch it now. So while I play this on stream, I'm just gonna deafen myself. It's only like a minute and 15 seconds or so. But yeah, just let you guys know. But when I come back, I do want to hear your reactions to this. So, actually, you know what? I'm not gonna deafen myself because I'd rather hear your reactions in real time. All right. So, anyways, let me see if I can get this movie to play.
Well, there's also the delay on Twitch.
I know you
when
face-
you're watching through Twitch.
Yes, there is. I will hit play now.
I know you face
Yeah, so you
ahead
won't
of you a
actually get
very
our
difficult
reactions
challenge.
live.
Whatever you decide, you must hold on to your hope. While you may suffer, you perhaps will lose sight of your own strength, but you will recognize that the loss can help you discover your own resilience and inner power. It is only then that you can truly appreciate all that you have. If you feel you must walk into that darkness, know that I cannot go with you, but that you walk with my blessing. Keep our light close, for as long as there is even a pinpoint of it in that darkness, there will always burn hope, and the star will always burn bright for you until your return. Remember that you hold within you all you need for your fulfillment. All you need is courage to do what you feel you must. For this, you yet have reason to rejoice. And hope stays bright to light the way home.
All right. I think we're back.
Was that happening out loud to the whole room or just to Ambien?
So to the entire room, what everyone sees is the crystal ball levitates up off the basin or the chalice that you've got it in. Only you hear the spoken words. This takes place. Everyone else sees the thing light up. The crack on it vanishes, and it is a functioning orb. Like it's not damaged. While this takes place, everyone else sees this. Only you hear the voice.
Okay.
Now, when that happens, I need Havoc to make a wisdom saving throw. The DC is high. It is 17.
Okay. A wisdom saving throw.
Yes. Hang on.
Sure, not Constitution.
Let me. I'm pretty sure it's wisdom. Let me make sure. Let me check the actual spell that it is.
This will be interesting.
It is a wisdom save, yeah.
All right, here goes.
If you got any
Oh,
charm
that's-
bullshit, if you got any special bullshit for charmed effects, they apply.
I don't. I
Okay.
don't think so. Okay, here goes nothing.
Oh, okay, clutch with a +0. Okay. So here's what happens. Okay, this is probably for the best. Okay, so here's what happens. We see the ball rise up, and you get the whole communication Ambien. Then we see Havoc's eyes change for a second. His facial expression changes to slightly more angry. And I think, Havoc, you catch yourself start to reach a hand out for the crystal orb. And nobody else hears this, but Havoc, you hear in your mind a different voice. And the voice says, sounds something like this.
Ah, the waters of the fountain. So refreshing.
And then that's it. Like, you feel something's trying to take control of you, but you stop yourself from like grabbing the orb. Whatever was trying to take control of you fails, but you hear this voice trying to speak through you. Okay. So he doesn't snatch the orb. But yeah, that's the thing that happens. What do you guys do? As far as like Ambien and the orb, I think as soon as the moment has passed and like the message is done, the orb goes inert again. The crack reforms on it as it's floating in the air after it gives you your message, and then it starts to fall. You can make a dex check if you like to try to grab it again. It's not the first time. It's not the first time it's done this.
Dex check or
yeah, you can make a save or a check. Maybe sleight of hand. If you like, either of those rolls will be fine.
That was like the worst time for my internet to cut out. I didn't hear most of that.
Okay, hang on. You didn't hear what I told you heard or anything?
I heard all the way up until the end of that, and then you were starting to say something else, and I missed all of it.
Okay, so
I heard the voice and what it said.
Okay, so you you catch yourself starting to reach out a hand for the orb. And you hear that voice and you're able to like stop yourself. Something tries to take control of you for a moment. The the sleight of hand check did not work out, huh? Okay, so the orb communicates that to you, Ambien, and then it turns empty again and it falls and hits, like you try to catch it, but it like hits the side of your hand awkwardly and then slams into the floor. We see the crack reform on it. Just like it was before. Havoc, you heard the voice, nobody else heard it, and you caught something had control of your hand for a second and reached out for the orb, but you were able to like shake it off.
Okay. And he just missed catching it when it was falling from the water?
Yeah, he just missed catching it, and it hit like the hardwood floor. And
So this was the orb that we got at the wellspring?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't. That did not click.
Yeah. Same orb you guys picked up at the wellspring. And the same
I
thing. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead. You're fine. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, would I have a chance to manifest a thing to try and catch it? Actually, I don't know if my things can catch things.
Oh yeah, would I?
Your
have
echo?
Yeah, my echo. I don't know if an echo can hold anything.
Because I have Mage Hand, and I could have, if I had any sort of reaction, I could have cast that.
Let's see if you're quick enough. You can make the same check, like Dex to see if, or Dex save or check to see if you're quick enough to react. DC's 15. I know Havoc will be able to get it. But yeah, you can certainly try.
Mine's probably not super good.
Are you talking me or her?
Either. Anybody who wants to try.
I'll try. I don't know if I'm not for certain that the echo can hold things, but
We can check.
Not
You
fast
can just
enough
try
at
to grab
I
it with your
asking.
hand.
Yeah, I can't look it up very quickly, so.
Yeah, that's fine.
Dex check, you said?
Yeah.
Or that's a save. Never mind.
Well, a save would apply to. That's fine. You hit the target. So now we need to figure out if you do it with your echo or with your bare hand.
I'll just do it with my bare hand. It's fine.
Okay.
The echo thing was just for cool.
All right. So you make a grab at it with your bare hand. Make another wisdom. Make another wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh, no. Like dart forward and try to slide underneath it, catcher style.
Yeah. So he yeah. Oh shit.
Oh my
Okay.
god, yes.
Okay. Good. This is good. So the same, like you catch it in your hand, you're holding it, and it still hasn't gone inert yet, I guess. So you're holding it. It's not damaged. It's still got the stars floating around in it and everything. You catch it just before it hits the floor, and you hear the voice again in your head. You feel it trying to take control of you again, and the voice says,
I've got it now.
and then you come back to yourself. You shake it off, like you feel the influence. Anybody else witnessing Havoc like this would probably see a very unusual expression on your face. If they'd like to make an insight check to figure out what's going on with him, they can.
Happiness, maybe? That'd be unusual.
Okay. He doesn't seem like himself, Ambien. Like, the expression on his face is like a stranger, like a feral animal. Yeah, same soul. You recognize it too. But you don't completely lose control of yourself or anything. I mean, you did roll a crit and all that. It's up to you what you do here. You catch it, you stop it from hitting the floor. Now, however, it's still while holding it in your hands and looking right at it, you see it turn inert, the stars disappear almost as soon as it makes contact with your hands, and the crack reforms in the same place. It still goes inert, even though it doesn't smash into the floor.
Okay.
Good catch, Havoc.
Thanks. Havoc is just like staring at it now, trying to see the stars inside that are no longer there.
Do I see the crack form as soon as it touches his hand?
Yeah.
Can I try mending it?
You can certainly try. You want to link it's the mending cantrip?
Yep.
Yeah, let's take a look at it.
I'll like hold it up, let him put his hand on it. Ambien, where'd you get this?
We got this at the Wellspring. Unfortunately, Soul dropped it while it was floating
Who
Yeah,
is
and
behind the door.
And
I
you
don't
almost
remember any of
dropped it
that.
too.
who was it that cast mending on it? Was it Soul?
That was Soul.
Nothing happens. Now, here, make an intelligence check, Soul. You feel the spell work. I'll tell you that. Like, there's nothing wrong with the spell, but make an intelligence check. Yeah. You know the spell worked fine, and then, yeah, that's about all I can tell you with an 11.
I think the same thing happened when I tried fixing it the first time. Sorry, I can't do anything about this. This is strange. And I hand it back to Ambien.
Thank you. Anyways, it's breakfast. Anybody want egg, sausage, or patties? Raw or cooked?
Yeah, I was really
Well,
hoping,
I'm just gonna make it.
I was really hoping Havoc would
Wait.
fail one of those.
What happened to your berries?
Oh, I didn't prepare it. We might
Pretty
need
sure
it.
we get breakfast for free here. May as well take
Vaira's
advantage of it.
visibly upset that she has to waste time eating more than just one thing.
Might have to stock up on food if you're going to this dangerous place, because I only have 2 rations with me.
Well, I mean, we're only going to be under the city. I think we're either going to survive or not. If we don't, we won't need it. And if we do, there'll be time to grab food anyways.
Okay.
So Havoc's still just staring at this ball.
Well, you guys can do what you want. Me and Kitty don't need to eat.
Ever?
Nope.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I don't know.
You ever tried it?
I don't feel the need to.
Lucky.
But that just means more food for you guys.
Hmm. Maybe you should try it. See what it's like.
I'm okay. Right, Kitty? Kitty's like just staring back. And he walks off. So, Ambien, who were you talking to?
That was my the holy arcana of the stars. Technically, my deity.
Did they talk back? Because I didn't hear anything.
They did. They mentioned that I should be courageous. But unfortunately, it won't join me when we go to this darkness that I was talking about.
What darkness?
That I'm not sure.
Does it mean the demon?
Probably. Was it ever mentioned that it was Leviathan by this demon?
Yeah, they did tell us
I think they said the name.
Yeah,
Okay.
Seston, I think for sure called it Leviathan. Yeah.
And also like where we're headed to, because I'm not sure where we're headed to.
I think we're supposed to meet them back at their little base under there, right?
Yeah. Assuming that you guys, like Seston mentioned, they had a job in creation that they were probably going to be heading to as soon as this is taken care of or whatever. But yeah, I mean, if you're wondering what the darkness was that the star was talking about, they didn't say specifically, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's safe to assume that it's referring to the council. Like, it's almost like it was telling you to go ahead and do it, but it was like warning you that it can't, go with you. But basically, like, I'll keep the light on, kind of thing. Like, I'll be watching out for you as much as I can, kind of thing, but I can't go with you.
All right.
Ambien.
Mm-hmm.
What do you know about this orb?
I know that it seems that it's magical.
But you don't know what it does?
It did spoke to me when I casted a spell on it. And the stars answered my prayers.
But it looks broken. How to do that?
It was broken when I got it. I look at Soul.
So we went to that magic place,
too.
and you didn't have someone check it out and tell us what it does or what it's worth?
I might go back in case you want to know more of this. Why? What happened to you? I noticed like something strange happened when we tried to hold it. What was that
Nothing
about?
strange. It's just, I don't know. I feel something inside of it.
Deception check? Because I feel like you know it didn't come from inside the orb.
Probably not very good. Not against his like 19 insight.
Yeah.
No,
mean-
it's just a 9.
Oh, 27? Okay. Yeah. He's lying.
I'll let you lie this time. But I prefer if you lie next to me. To me.
Character size. I say we go and get this thing checked out. I want to know more about it. We have time.
Okay. We go
Oh,
to a
Ambien.
magic shop.
Ambien, did you say that the stars live inside that orb?
They just spoke to me with this orb. They don't live here.
Where do they live?
In the heavens. Right? Is it heaven?
I mean, yeah, the arcana, the star, would be in heaven. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where's heaven?
You mean-
According to yeah, please answer this.
So, heaven. I mean, for the purposes of this, heaven is like a different plane of existence. Like, think like, I don't know, like the elemental plane of fire, or in standard D&D, or any other number
Like
of
the astral sea.
yeah,
Thing.
yeah,
Okay.
any other number of planes outside the physical plane. Heaven is a different plane.
Have you been to heaven before? Is that why you look like that?
No, this is just a blessing from the heavens, from the stars. And then I turn back into regular form and I start wearing my clothes.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh. Do you have to be naked when you're getting the blessing?
I don't know. I think it's just creative. I feel alive and I don't know, a blood rush when I turn into this form.
You know, somehow I knew he didn't have to be naked.
The communication from the star has left you with an odd sense of comfort and positivity. Maybe that's normal for you.
Comfort and possible. Okay.
Can anyone disguise me again?
That's on Vaira.
I look at Vaira.
You're stealthy. Just go sneak out.
Fine. And
Do you
Havoc
wanna-
sort of places with the echo that he had.
How did you sneak around before I got this spell?
It's too late. He's teleported out the window.
He's talking to the shadow.
Yeah, yes. You turn, there's just like a
Yeah,
lifeless shadow.
it takes a second to recognize that, oh, wait.
Yeah, there's just a lifeless shadow staring back at you. I don't think it can communicate or anything. so-
And Havoc will just use his wings to lightly drop to the ground, kind of break my fall, and pull
Sure.
up the hood to try and hide my horns and whatnot as much as possible.
Okay. Where are you going?
Actually, you know what? Before I do that, can I establish the mental link with them?
Yeah.
Okay. So I will pull all of them into the mental link and then do that. And through the mental link, I'll say, I'll meet you at the magic shop. I still have the orb. I don't think Ambien took it away, right?
Wait, I
did
took
not.
it. I took it to do mending on it.
I said I held it up for you to put a hand on, but I didn't give it over.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you've stolen the orb?
Momentarily.
I mean, I feel like if you didn't hand it back, Ambien might have behaved differently.
Okay. Okay, so did you think that you had it back, Ambien?
I would let you keep it. because it's not my spellcasting focus, right?
Okay. Are you still holding it in your hand?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I would have been during that conversation until I popped out the window, and then I would probably stow it in a pocket or something.
All right. I need one more wisdom saving throw.
Damn it.
Let's see.
I've been lucky enough. I'm going to use my inspiration for this one.
Okay.
And hope.
Oh shit!
Oh. Oh no.
All's good, right?
Oh no.
Jinx
Okay.
myself.
Okay, so here's what happens. I think it's probably right before you teleport. He's holding the orb in his hands. I'll let you decide this, Wolf. Do your eyes flash a different color? Is there anything that happens that might let the audience know or the other people in the room know that this is not you anymore? Like
Probably,
your eyes.
I mean, Havoc is very stoic and doesn't display a lot of emotion. Probably a slight grin of like success or victory.
Yeah,
or maybe not.
I think sadistic
Doesn't he
pleasure is
also-
probably more appropriate of a word. Go ahead with what you're
Doesn't
saying.
he also have those black veins? What if those like pulsed?
I mean, they definitely do.
or
Yeah.
something?
True.
Let me pull up something here and take a look because I need a refresher for how this guy's gonna behave.
Well, I had 2 successes.
I know. You had to keep touching it with your bare hand though. Where's my thing? There it is. Okay. All right. So you all hear the same voice that Havoc has been hearing in his head.
Here's that, by the way.
Oh, okay. I mean, it's kind of up to you guys if you want to fight Havoc. But okay, so his demeanor totally changes. His wings puff out wide, like really wide. They elongate and stretch. Maybe knock a few things over in the room. The voice says again something along the same lines as before.
Ah, how refreshing it is to bathe in the light of the fountain.
And then he switches places with his shadow. And I mean, he's going to be taking off. He's right outside the window right now.
Right.
I think at this point we roll initiative if they want to try to stop you or whatever. I think it's pretty clear he's making a run for it with the orb. The orb is still inert. Like it's still not doing anything. But Havoc, you can play. You can still play your character. Like even though it's not Havoc in control of your body, like you can make your initiative rolls and stuff.
Oh, it's not me in control of my body.
No, not anymore.
Okay. Damn it. All right.
You're possessed now, officially.
Nice.
All right.
Like,
Initiative.
what's happening?
Yep. So something, whoever has got a hold of Havoc's soul or whatever, has taken control of him and is stealing the orb. Basically, is what's going on. He's teleported outside the window, switched places with his echo, and he's about to make a run for it. Okay. Actually, I need to make sure. I should have pulled up the initiative tracker, but
I didn't click my token either. Oh, maybe I did.
Those of you guys Oh yeah, it looks like it applied yours, unless it was just the same roll from last time.
I guess I just had it clicked already.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it took all you guys. Okay, Soul, roll again. I'm just gonna change whatever you roll to a 22. Make sure you click your token this time.
You can also click him and then control U to add him to the initiative tracker
Oh,
for when people forget like that.
I can click him and then control you.
Yep.
Oh, look at that.
But then if he rolls, it'll do too.
Yeah, that's fine.
Is there?
Well, it's don't put hotkeys on things that you're gonna use for other things. That's the lesson there. Because you might accidentally change voices and not realize what you're doing.
Yeah, you apparently have them tied to numbers.
Yeah, I do. I might have to change it to like alt numbers or something. Okay. Is there anybody else who hasn't rolled in the room? No, I don't think there is. Okay.
One thing that I would do when I was using voice changer to like troll in voice chat is have some sort of keybind, like just have control or something, so you can go like control 1, control 2, control 3 for soundboard things or voice chat swaps.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Makes sense. I thought it wouldn't be an issue because it's the number pad, but yep, I'm gonna have to do something about that. All right. So Soul, you're the first to react. He's right outside the window. What are you doing?
I feel like Soul's gonna be super confused as to what Havoc is doing. So he's probably gonna turn to Ambien and say, "Did you need that?"
I might need it later, but I don't know why he flew.
The
He flew
star.
away.
The star just told you to keep the light close. This presumably. This presumably is the light. So.
That he was referring to.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We need that. We need that. Try to grab Havoc, please, but be gentle with him.
All right. Out of character. If one of you polymorphs me into a goat, I'm gonna be pissed. Off limits. Don't do it.
He's a little salty about that. You can't blame him.
Like 10 hours ago.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
3
something like that.
episodes, 3 full sessions or something crazy. It's nuts.
I spent 15 hours ago in DnD5e challenge.
Yeah. All right, go on. Sorry.
All right, first of all, I want to give XP to Ambien, to Havoc, and to Soul. 3 XP each.
Okay. I'm gonna add
So
bash because that's the most current.
So as soon as Ambien says we need it, Soul's gonna cast Fly on himself, and he's gonna chase after Havoc.
The window is closed.
I mean, he can
How did
smash.
you-
He can smash through the window if he wants to. It'd be a free action to open the window.
Yeah, can I just open the window?
Yeah. Same as a door, like free.
Not like a wall.
Yeah.
And that would.
So use your
Run after
action
him.
to cast it. I mean, presumably he's right outside the window, so you could fly up to him if you got like a bonus action, or use a full turn here if you like.
I think I can only summon it like 30 feet away, so not very far.
Well,
15
okay,
feet
well,
away.
I have 60 feet of flying speed,
Yeah, you're
so
right
would
next
I
to me.
be able to catch up to him?
Yeah, you can catch
I haven't
up to
moved
him.
yet from where I was at.
Right, I don't have a bonus action I can use here. Well, actually, I guess by using my bonus action, I'll have Kitty go to where the echo is right now,
Okay.
just in case you decide to teleport back.
Okay.
Smart.
And that's gonna end my turn.
Yeah, if you fly right up next to him, then if he tries to fly away, you can take the opportunity attack or whatever, I think.
Yep.
All right. That's your turn. Havoc.
Okay. I need some info on what my goal is here, I guess.
Your goal is to get away from these guys. You're headed to a place. You're headed to a spot that you know you can teleport. I'll say that.
Okay, and is that heading outside of the rings or towards the inner part of the rings?
It is towards the inner part of the rings.
Okay.
It's probably going to be either. Actually, it's probably going to be in the Temple District. I think if it just because it just came to mind, I think it's going to be a particular Arcana. Maybe you know which one. We've had
right. We've talked about it
a little bit. Yeah.
Just checking. Okay, this guy doesn't have as much things as Vash, so that makes it easier. I am just going to.
Is Havoc disguised? Or is,
just in like the clothes he wears. He usually wears a long cloak.
Yeah,
but
okay. But you're also
like
flying with
disguised.
giant bat wings.
Right. So at the moment, I'm fairly visible. Can I disengage as a bonus action?
Okay.
And then how far up to the roof of this?
Of the building you're in?
Yeah. Well, the one that I'm next to.
Okay. Let's just see. Let's figure out what floor you guys are on here.
Yeah, I mean, how common do we see a robot chase a devil through the sky? This is normal.
It's like an episode of Futurama. Okay, so you're level with the 5th floor out of 5, so the roof would not be very far up. We're talking like 10 feet at tops. Like,
okay. I will go up the 10 feet, and then how far to get to the other side of the roof from where I'm at? Like, to drop back down on the other side of the building.
I'm just gonna roll. We'll roll and let the dice decide.
Okay.
Say about 40 feet.
40 feet, okay. So I use 10 feet to go up. What's my movement? I think it's just 30. Yeah, 30.
Here, what we can do is pull you guys over to a map if you like, if that would help you guys. You think that might help?
Sure.
Or
We might be able to use one we've used before for this. Let me see if it would.
Oh, that one. Yeah, we stayed at this inn before,
Yeah,
didn't we?
yeah. But it's daytime now, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So let me
Wait,
just
no,
go.
that was a different inn.
It
but
doesn't.
It still works.
It's fine. Yeah, we can still use the same
Yeah.
map. It's whatever. Here we're gonna change you guys over to this map. Is it not visible? Do you guys see anything on this map?
Not yet. I'm blind.
All right. So here's what we're gonna do. I think maybe it was dynamic lighting is on this page. We'll just turn it off. It's daytime anyways. Save. All right, and then I got to turn the map from night mode to day mode. So let me just, boom. There we go. And now we kind of need to like organize the players here. All right. Probably don't want to have you guys like on the edge of the map, just to make things a little bit easier for the chase. Let's find a spot that's about 40 feet.
Wow, that was a pretty good dice roll. That's pretty much what it is.
Up here?
Yeah, like to get to the other side. It's
yeah.
pretty much 40 feet.
I guess we could use that then, but let's swap directions. We don't want to have Havoc running off screen right away, because it'll make things difficult. So why don't we put Havoc over here? We will put the rest. Marin's not here. Sorry, Marin. You're not really here. You don't count. Am I missing some? No, we're not missing anybody.
And then Soul's next to me.
Yeah, Soul's next to you. Here, we'll move you down so you're not right on the edge. And then your shadow is in the room, right? Can you drag your shadow onto the screen?
Once I find it again, I always lose it.
These guys were in a different room over here. Let me see if I can drag Daytash.
Don't I have a new token?
And
Oh yeah, you do. So that's Vaira.
did I?
Yeah.
Wait.
I think somehow we're using the old tokens.
Where's the? I don't remember seeing one for Vaira. Let me see.
It's got a new one.
It's not really important, anyways. But
It
I
was
just
in
I
the
just
previous
realized that.
round.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's right here. I don't know why. I thought, did we change it on the main screen? Let me check the main screen.
I don't think we did.
No, it is. It is changed on the main screen. It's just because we
Oh.
went back to this old map. Yours is, anyways, Havoc. Let me check Vaira's.
I also don't have control of that token.
Vaira's is also her new one on the main screen. So, just because we went back to this old map before you guys had them.
Oh, okay. They're already here.
Yeah. So there's the real Havoc token. Whoops. I guess we'll put it right here. And then I'll copy Vaira's over. Copy. I'm gonna delete you for a moment, Vaira. Don't panic.
Ah, I'm gone.
All right, should be fine.
Transformation.
And Marin, I'll leave your token there so you can kind of see what's going on.
All right.
I do not see Havoc.
Actually,
He's right next to Stoll.
I want to troll you guys. I'll wait. I'll give you guys one round, and then we're gonna switch to Marin. All
I'll
right.
reload
So
it.
until the end of Vaira's turn, whatever happens, and then we're switching to Marin. So
Yep,
Havoc.
so I'll spend 10 feet of movement to go up to the top of the roof, 40 feet of movement to go to the other side, and then instead of using movement, I'll just let myself drop until I'm near the... Yeah, I don't see my token.
If
so
you
I
let
can't actually
yourself
move it.
drop, you drop the maximum amount you can drop in a turn, which means you'll hit the ground hard.
I can't pop my wings out
Wouldn't
when
be
I'm
the
close to
first
ground.
time.
I think that's how it works. I mean, you would have control. It makes sense. You wouldn't be forced. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not gonna be a dick. You can do
Alright.
that. You can do that.
So I'm near the ground, or on the ground. Now the map is all blurry. Sorry. I'm waiting for it to clear up so I can see where to go.
Understandable.
40 feet. I think that's the alleyway. It's hard to tell.
I'm not on the map. I'm copying and pasting stuff. Yeah, that can be an alley. Like, it's an alley for, like, all that shaded in space. So, can you see my arrow? No, you can't.
Yes. Yeah, I can.
Oh, you can? Okay, so, like, all
Yep.
these squares are alley here, and then when you get to here, you've got another roof, and it runs this way.
Right, and there's a little thing that connects this way towards the street.
Yeah,
If
underneath,
I remember
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Okay. I will. So I drop to the ground, quickly put the hood up, and then through the bond to all the others, I will say, "I'll meet you at the magic shop."
It's not you talking.
Oh, I can't. That's right. Okay.
I mean, you can.
So-
like Visago can speak through your bond, but it's not you speaking if you do this.
Ooh.
Sorry. What was that name slip again?
Bizago?
Yeah, we'll get to who Visago. Like,
So I will use 10 feet of movement to walk this way, and I'm going to attempt to hide.
Wait, how much movement
will-
do you have?
I have 60 if I use my action. I will action surge to hide.
okay,
So 10 feet up is 10, and then 40 is 50, and then I just dropped, and I'll use 10
Drop.
feet of movement to head towards the street.
okay, but you're using the hide action, so I guess we need a stealth check then, yeah?
Right. Well, is it so? Basically, I'm trying to blend in. If there's any people out here,
That's fine, yeah. But I mean, we still need a stealth check.
right?
See how well you do.
Okay, so I have advantage on those. 'cause of
Spoiler
my
alert:
cloak.
Ambien has super high perception. Oh my god!
Oh, Damn.
Oh my god!
I need to beat
Wow.
Yeah, he doesn't have that high perception, I don't think. Okay,
There we
this
go.
might be real bad for the party. Just to let you guys know. All right, so
So
you
hood up,
crit
Havoc
20
with
stealth.
the thing. Yeah, Havoc with the orb in a like stashed away in a thing. The hood up, covering up his horns as well as he can from just random people looking in and whatnot, and kind of with his head down, just begins to meld into the crowd.
Okay.
Are there people around? Is there a crowd in the alleyway?
I
early
kind
in
of
the
figured there
morning,
was,
right?
but I don't know actually.
I mean, it's start of the day ish, so yeah, there's probably a few people. I mean, it's probably pretty crowded. Yeah.
In the alleyway?
I'm not in the alley, but as soon as he steps out into the street, there's probably like a bunch of people walking around, doing chores,
So-
carrying pails, that kind of thing.
So, question: if there's a lot of people, did anyone see a giant person with wings fall down from the roof?
I mean, he fell down.
Before
He fell down in the alley. He flew over the top of the roof. They wouldn't be able to see from street level. I mean, there was nobody in the alley, presumably. I can just roll a d20 and see if anybody rolls a natural 20. To where they would have seen him, but he stealthed really well.
It was a decent plan.
Yeah. As far as Havoc is concerned, Wolf, like, you're aware of everything that's happening. Havoc is aware of what's happening. Like, he's watching it happen. He's watching himself do these things. Maybe he doesn't really understand why he's doing these things. I don't think he's going to be aware that he's not in control of himself until whatever this influence is gone.
So I can't continue to try to like regain control or anything.
I suppose we can let you make a wisdom check at the end of each turn, if you want.
Or
to do
like
that.
once a minute or something. It doesn't have to
Let
be
me check
every 6
this-
seconds. But
Let me check the spell, or maybe I don't want to link it because it might spoil
if it right, yeah. If the spell doesn't say if it says I don't get one, then I don't get one. That's fine.
It lasts when
You don't have to tell me anything.
Target must succeed or be charmed for the duration.
Okay, so then no saving throws.
I'm just reading through the whole thing to make sure. Okay. Okay. You hear commands. Like, Havoc hears himself being commanded by that voice from before. He's telling you to get to the temple to the Emperor.
So wait, do I... Hold on, let me message you something.
No, it is not.
Okay.
It's much higher.
So I don't have control of my body, or I do, and I'm just forced to try and do these commands.
While the target is charmed, you have a telepathic link with it, as long as the two of you are... You're not on the same plane, but it doesn't matter. This is possession more than it is this spell. You can issue commands to the creature while you're conscious. It does its best to obey. You can specify a simple and general course of action. I mean, you're basically obeying commands, but yeah, I mean, he's also able to speak through you.
So then through the bond, I am going to tell them I will meet them at the magic shop as a way to try and complete that command.
Okay, you want to roll deception?
Sure, I'm not very good at that.
Yeah, you keep lying though for some reason.
I know.
It would be better to say nothing. Okay, so
I think all of our passive insight is higher than that.
Right.
yeah,
for sure.
You haven't taken any damage or anything.
No.
Let me decide which level he cast this on you. Just roll. It'd be 1.
I mean,
2.
I'm alright with the whole being possessed thing. I'm just trying to figure out how to best RP it.
I hear you. I probably just thought this through a little bit better before I decided what mechanics to use. Okay, the good news is it's not. He didn't cast it at super high level. All right.
That's the end of my turn. That's what Havoc does. He says that through the bond, try and throw him off really badly, and then he tries to blend into the crowd.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know, right? Well, this time I'll be around at least.
Yeah, at least this time it's Wolf doing it, not me. kind of. I mean, kind of. Okay, so that's your turn.
Yep, that's it.
Ambien?
You can run, but you can never hide from my love, Havocins. And then, I can't see him anymore because of that 20 or
I mean, what's your passive perception?
23.
Okay, you can't see him with that. So, as far as spotting him goes, you either need to look out the window or go outside and make a perception check. And it needs to be 33 or a natural 20 will do it. If a natural 20 is not 33 for you.
Okay. And that pauses my uses my action, right?
No, I won't make it use your action. I usually
Okay.
am pretty lenient on that stuff with you guys for ability checks.
All right. So, how many movement would I need to get out of here? Unless I just jump out of the window.
It's story window.
Yeah, you're 5 stories up. I mean, you can jump out of the window if you like. You could also like look out the window to try to spot him.
All right, I'll do that first then.
Yeah.
Good idea.
All right. Now I'm gonna use my inspiration to roll
Okay. It's probably a good idea.
advantage. Please be a 20. No.
That was so good. Holy crap.
Can I? Oh, wait, that's not even help. Never mind.
You got guidance or anything? I mean, you're 5
I
away.
have flash. I have flash or genius, but I can only add 4.
This
what
was
about
Havoc's plan against the bad guys last time, but he never could quite get to the hiding part.
what about bardic inspiration?
There are no bards
We
here.
have no bards.
All right.
No, we
fair
have
enough.
all 5 of the bards in the other group.
Yep. Okay. All right. Yep. Okay. Cool.
But can I tell like which vicinity he would be?
I mean, you saw what direction he went out the window. 'Cause
Okay.
He flew away before he stealthed, so you would have been able to spot like which direction he went. But I mean, he's changed
Alright.
directions now. But yeah.
In case, I'm gonna cast sleep. 4th level.
He's gonna blind cast it in an area.
Yeah.
Does
Mhm.
it say targets you have to see or anything like that?
It's just creatures within a 20 feet of point you choose within range.
If it's a crowded area, that's a bad idea.
I mean, it is. Yeah.
I mean,
but-
they're
You're
just
also-
gonna sleep. They're not gonna die. How crowded is this area?
it's not really. I don't think you like. You have to roll high enough on sleep to take down all their hit points. to
Right.
knock- to knock
But these
them
are
out.
just villagers, right? It's not
Yeah.
like sort
But Havoc's
Alright,
not. Havoc has 99 hit points or something.
Wait,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah. I'm a 5th level fighter, 4th level rogue, 9th level.
Oh,
He's a
okay.
fighter.
So
Yeah,
just,
it's not a
How
good
about the
idea
fighter
then.
part?
It's not gonna work, so just save the spell slot.
Then I'll just do fairy fire then.
Oh, that's a good
It's
idea.
the other one.
That's a good
So
idea.
a bunch of people light up in pretend fire. That'll go well.
Yeah, link the spell. 20-foot cube.
And objects.
Each object is outlined.
Remember, you don't know where I'm at.
Any creature when the spell is cast is also outlined. I mean, he did see what direction you went, right? You were about here when you stealthed.
And I'm now
Mhm.
50 feet down from
Yeah,
that.
that's true. Yeah, you're down 50 feet down, so that's
All
fair.
right.
So he would have seen you up in. You would have seen him like 50 feet up in the air.
Darn it.
I mean, you can cast a spell, but I mean, meta knowledge, we know it.
Yeah.
It wouldn't hit him.
I mean,
but you wouldn't know that.
The only reason you would cast a spell is for invisible creatures. I don't think you know that. Can Havoc even turn invisible?
You don't know.
Does Ambien think that?
So far,
Havoc
he's
turns
never done that
invisible?
before. Yeah, he's never done it before, so
Yeah, yeah.
he can't.
Because I don't think it like reveals him from hiding. I think it just reveals him if he's invisible.
Okay.
True.
You want to do something else instead?
Fair point.
I know it's tricky. It's a tricky situation.
It
Not
is.
sure who I'm rooting for, me or you guys.
Yeah, me
What
either.
can I?
Even though like Wolf has a habit of like destroying everything I have planned. This is kind of one of those cases, but it's also my fault this time.
You know what? I'll just bless my group.
Okay.
Well, here. Probably helps them.
All right. So you all get blessed. Everyone except Kitty, I guess.
Yeah. Kitty. Wait, how many can I do?
3 creatures.
3? Yeah.
3 normal.
And I can use it on myself?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. So yeah, Vaira, Ambien, and Soul. And then I'm gonna head out and try to find Havoc.
Okay. If you step out
So
the
wait,
window,
did you jump out of the window?
it's a 50-foot drop.
Shit. Mm,
Right.
How
the
many
window's
D
over here.
D6s would that be?
I mean, it'd be
5d6.
5d6. Yeah.
That's not a good idea. Bonus action. Yeah, I will just like head down with my full movement of 30.
Okay.
Heading out the door and through the inn.
Mm-hmm.
All right. It's probably gonna take you a couple turns.
Okay.
You can do that.
And that's it.
Okay. Vaira. We'll say that's gonna take you like you've already used
the
30
spirit's
feet of
destroyed.
movement. We'll say it's gonna be like 100 feet of movement to get out of the inn.
Okay.
So you've used 30, so it's 70 more feet. Because you're taking the stairs and
Mm-hmm.
all that stuff. Vaira?
I do have a quick question because I don't know if you saw it in Roll20. But would the people who are watching us have been possibly still listening, and if so, would they be in initiative as well?
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You want me to go ahead? I should probably go ahead and add them to the turn
Well,
order, huh?
because if they were in initiative, they might have gone before Vaira, since she rolled a net 1.
That's true.
Because
Well,
otherwise, Vaira would be like, "Hey, you guys need to come deal with it."
okay.
We didn't know that they were spying on us, did we? Like, I
we
mean,
know
we
that they're next
suspected it.
door. Yeah, she doesn't know if they were spying, so she was gonna go and like tell them that
Okay,
Havoc
yeah.
just ran off.
I mean, that's a
And
good way to
after
know
saying
if
something
they
in a
were
weird
spying on us.
voice. Yeah.
Just through the wall, motion at him to hurry up and come on and see if someone
No,
shows up.
no, she would have gone next. She knows they're in the room next door.
Right, no, I'm saying, but that would tell you if they were able to spy on us.
Oh
That'd
yeah.
be funny.
Whoops.
Yeah, so they both would have gone before her
I lost all the turn order except for the new people somehow.
because we're on a new map. We
Oh, okay.
re-rolled everything
I've
on
still got
the
it.
other map.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Then what was the last guy I rolled? 11. Okay, let me make sure I put him on the quickest token this time, and I'll change whatever he rolls to an 11. He would be going. We'll say it took them a turn to like react because they're in a different room. He rolled an 11 again though. That's good.
Yeah, easy.
I'm gonna move this guy down here, and he'll react next turn.
Doppelganger girl.
I haven't done that one yet. Here's
Oh.
here's the doppelganger. Also an 11. Okay. Just put them right there. Are you wanting me to let them react before you do, Vaira? Is that what you're trying to
Yes. Yes, I want to see what they would do.
do?
Since Vaira's like apparently stunned that Havoc just ran off. And she's last.
And they can't do much. I'm not gonna lie. Like the spider can crawl out the window and move 30 feet towards on the rooftops. But it can't enter soul space, I don't think, technically. So it'll go right there. Daytash. Daytash.
Find me first this time.
Yeah, he's gonna polymorph you again.
Oh, I swear to God, I'll kill that mage.
Let me see here. Just trying to see if he has anything that help him catch up with you. So he'll jump out the window and cast. No, he. I mean, if he casts something, he can use it to move, right? So he could like stand at the edge of the window. Yeah, because he has that storm thing. I guess
there's one.
They would have the long rest too, so I'm gonna refresh his spells really quick. But I'm not gonna meta and change what spells he has or anything. I mean, there's not a whole lot that's super useful in this situation. Unfortunately. Yeah, there's not. So I think he turns invisible. We see, the audience sees. I don't know if you guys see this. See Daytash like step out to the windowsill, like climb out onto the windowsill, and then he just disappears as he casts some kind of invisibility on himself. And then he'll be able to move. When he casts the spell, he can fly for 10 feet. Basically, is what happens.
Mm-hmm.
With his bullshit Heart of the Storm thing. That's how it works, right?
I believe so. Yeah. He just has to land by the end of the turn, so he doesn't fall.
No, the spell has to deal lightning or thunder damage.
Oh.
Oh wait, that's not the right spell. That's not the right thing. Is it tempestuous magic? You can use bonus action and cause whirling gust of elementary briefs. Immediately before or after you cast a spell first level or higher, fly up to 10 feet without provoking opportunity attacks. Yeah. Okay. So he casts invisibility and he flies up to the roof. And then he starts presumably running along the roof. I mean, I'll put him on the GM layer. And I'll just move him myself, since he's invisible and you guys can't see him. The problem is going to be spotting Havoc for everyone. That's going to be the big problem for everyone. Okay, and then Lynette. Lynette doesn't have a whole lot. I think Lynette is going to use all of their movement to climb out the window and up onto the roof. And that's where they are. They don't have any... Well, I guess they could dash. And get 30 more feet. Yep. That would put a... like right there. All right, now it's Vaira's turn.
So, from the looks of what Vaira could tell, seeing out the window, everybody seems to be going that way.
Up and to the right. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
10 feet up and then
Vaira.
across.
So Soul went out the window, right? So it's open.
Yeah.
Vaira, do we have a balcony or is it just a window?
Just a window.
I think it's just a window, yeah.
Yeah, just a window. We'll keep it simple for the sake of this.
Is Ambien currently in the window or did he step back?
He went through the door
Down
and
this
started in.
Yeah, he
Door?
left
Oh,
the
right,
room.
okay.
Yeah.
So in that case, Vaira's gonna step up, look out the window, and cast he probably knows roughly how fast Havoc can move, right?
I mean, yeah, about as fast as anybody else.
Well, I mean, because she's worked with them for so long, like, know if he's like faster or not faster than person.
So pretty much everyone
He's
has
faster, but he
Yeah.
has aerial movement.
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty much everyone has 30 feet of movement unless they're a halfling or a gnome. That's because they're shorter and they have shorter legs.
But doesn't he have a
dwarfs.
different fly speed?
Nope.
Oh,
I said you had
okay.
40 feet of movement or something.
Yeah.
Who, me?
He had 60
Yeah.
feet. He had 60 feet because he had an extra cunning action or something to use, right?
No, so I cunning action disengaged, and then I
Oh,
used my
right.
action to dash, and then I used my action surge to hide.
Yeah, so
Mhm.
she would know how fast he can go in one round.
Technically, I could go 90 feet in one round.
Which is a little bit faster than the average person who can go 60.
Right.
Hmm.
Keep in mind that you're 10 feet down from the balcony, so once I went up and over the roof, you totally lost sight of where I was going.
Yep.
We saw everybody heading that way, is what I'm saying. So... And he had to fly up, right?
10 feet up.
I had to fly up.
10 feet up, so that would add...
He was also like standing right here or somewhere, like somewhere in this line.
Yeah, I was floating in the air right there before I took my movement.
Yeah, that's right.
Is this a dead end?
Is that what?
This...
The
Am
alley.
I-
Oh, the alleyway?
Yeah, the alley
I'm
kind of
hiding
dead ends.
others, but...
Does it?
Okay,
Oh,
so...
There's another
If-
building right there. There might be a door. I mean, it might not have to be a
Yeah,
dead end.
okay.
Right. It's the smoke area
You'd
between
have
two.
to either fly to the other building, and thus I would probably see him, or be down on the ground. And
Well, not
back
from
near
where
the
you're
wall,
at.
right?
Because the top of the roof is 10 feet up, so you wouldn't be able to see past the top of the roof.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, that's true. She's gonna ask in the mind link, where is he?
Can we talk back to each other in the mind link?
That's the way we've been playing it, so I would say yes. Technically,
if
it is him
up here
relaying your
below?
messages back and forth, but
As far as I know, he went down that alley.
So he's not still flying, is what she's trying to get. She assumes if you're up there, then you could see him if he was up in the air. Is this lead to a wall?
North? Yeah, north leads to the wall, if I recall. The one where you guys snuck into the temple district or whatever. Right?
into the
Yeah.
Jade District.
Oh, okay.
So in this one, it would be to the Temple District, yeah.
Yeah.
Would
okay.
Havoc let the messages go through and keep the link up if he was possessed?
He
I
did
put
call
the-
through.
Right, I
this
put the link up
round
to try and
saying-
throw him off.
Do you hear everything they say?
I do. Yeah, everyone hears everything that everyone says.
So as soon as Vaira is like, which way did he go? Did anyone see him? The link cuts off. I mean, I'm assuming you can
Oh.
drop it at will.
I can. I wasn't sure I would, but
I mean, somebody else would.
oh,
He doesn't want to be found.
all right, it drops.
Yeah, okay.
Crap.
Man, you're too good at the game, Wolf. You might
Oh,
break,
yeah.
you might break everything.
This guy's just a specialist. He does one thing good: hide and run away.
Well, I guess I could look and see if I see him cast a spell on him, right?
You can like what? Sorry, what's the
Oh,
question?
but he rolled a nat
Try to
20
spot
for
me in the
that
crowd.
stealth, so even if I rolled a nat 20, it wouldn't be
If
as
you-
high as his.
if you ro-
Never mind.
If you rolled a nat 20, like it's a success. It's a nat 20.
But
But
he also
you-
rolled a nat 20 for stealth as
He
well.
did, yeah. I
So
mean,
then, so you could always say that then we do another roll off or something.
that's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
A tiebreaker type thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Or maybe she like doesn't see you, but she gets like a hint of where you are or something.
Right. Notices a cloak that looks familiar, or
Yeah.
Let me. Is this an action or a free action or how are you doing
To
it?
make the ability check, it's free. I'll give it to you for free. I did the same thing for.
Oh my god!
Yes!
What are the
of course
odds?
you did. Of
Yeah.
course you did.
What are the odds of that? I'm gonna be honest. I
Very
didn't
nice.
think it was gonna. She didn't even take. Oh, look, there's unrooted with the. with the
All
bits.
right.
Okay, so now we need to figure out what happens because to be honest, I didn't think it was gonna even possible. Okay. What?
Really?
It's the cloak of displacement or whatever. Is that what it is?
The cloak of elven kind or whatever it is.
Oh.
It's too late to say I used inspiration to remove that disadvantage, isn't it?
No, I think that's fair.
That's fair. No, that's fair. Because
I mean, you wouldn't have known. You didn't know that you had this advantage, so
Right.
Yeah.
I just
seems like
remembered
it's
it.
fair.
So go ahead and mark your inspiration as spent.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Okay. This is where I rolled on
So
that one.
we gotta figure something out here to give her a hint, but also to hold up his natural 20. So I think what happens is you see him for a moment, okay? Because Havoc, you're trying to blend into the crowd, so you're going this way, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna head probably down this and then to the
Okay.
right.
So here's what happens. You look out the window of Vaira, and you see Havoc walking out of the alley, and he's got his hood up, and he's got like his wings hidden, maybe because he's landed and he's like readjusted. And he looks up.
Yeah.
He looks up at the building. Again, the expression on his face is unrecognizable. He kind of like snarling halfway, like he's probably got one end of his lip curled, so you can kind of see his teeth. And he looks up at you, makes direct eye contact with you. And then someone walks between you and him, and he just vanishes. But you see that he was headed like that direction, like
And
Yeah. Okay.
and you get the general location to cast your spell.
Yeah. So, I apparently don't need sight on the target to cast this, unless I missed it in reading it.
No, I think that's true.
So Vaira's gonna cast it and target, just in case he went back into the alley, so it would be this
yeah.
would be
Okay.
the boss.
Do you
Just in case he stepped back around the corner.
do you just try to hit Havoc with it, or like do you hit?
Yeah, she's specifically just targeting Havoc.
Okay, I kind of thought it would be funny if some pedestrians got slowed, you know.
It's bigger
Nope.
than that. It's 40-foot cube.
40-foot cube. It'd be massive. Yeah. That was only 20 foot on a side.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, so it'd be
Oh,
twice.
you're
double that.
right!
It'd be twice that
This
size.
whole time I was thinking it was. Oh my
That's
gosh.
fine.
Okay, yeah. She would cover.
That's what you could get.
Yeah, she would make sure she at least got some of
What?
the
I broke it.
alleyway just in case, and then for sure the area where she saw the glimpse of Havoc.
Okay.
I'm in it.
Yeah, you're in it,
Yeah.
so you got to make the save.
Definitely in it. Okay.
Oh,
You know what
so
rogues don't
smooth.
like? Slow.
Yeah, I imagine. Especially when they have a +0 wisdom.
I'm
So
sure
I'm-
that succeeds.
The 10 succeeds. No, I'm DC 17, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you take effect from slow. So you have the penalty to your AC. I mean, all that stuff. Your movement is slowed. Does it do anything else?
I can only
He
take one
can't-
action or reaction or something like that. I have no reactions,
Yeah,
and I can only
no,
take an
one-
action or a bonus action.
Yeah.
Or
And no
movement.
reactions. Yeah.
Right. I don't think you have a slow icon, but I'm just gonna choose that.
That's fine. All right.
Yeah,
So
and your
you,
speed is half.
you feel your spell
Oh, and my
take
speed is
effect.
halved. Right.
Half
Oh, man.
speed, -2 AC.
This is great, but I'm still hidden So there's that.
Dex save.
Yeah.
Vaira's gonna point out, are you blind? Go down there. And then I think that's. I could theoretically cast a cantrip if I use Quicken spell, but I don't think there's any cantrips that would work unless she's attacking him. So that's all she's gonna do.
All right. So that is the end of your turn. And we will cut to Marin. Now, what I might have to do is copy and paste all you guys so that you can see what's going on in Marin's scene. So I might do that because Marin's going to have his own map. Let's see here. Where did I put it? Here we go. Oh, is there should not be any. Can you see Marin? Tim, you there? Tim, did I disconnect?
No,
I can hear you.
but it's really dark for us.
Something is up with my
Yeah.
mic. I fixed it.
Oh, okay, okay. Can you see Tim?
Yeah, I can see it's kind of just black, and then I see the thing that I'm on top of.
Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna just turn off dynamic lighting because I don't think we really need it.
Okay.
It's a black screen. Can anybody else see or no? Do I have to put your tokens on the air?
No, we cannot see.
I can only see
They can see it
Meryn.
from stream.
Oh yeah, you guys could watch the stream. That is also an option, so I don't have to put your tokens on the in the scene.
Yeah, that's fine.
I see Marin in a dark space.
He's
Yeah.
gonna walk
It's on
on
stream.
Okay. Yeah, so we cut to Marin. So Marin, as far as what's going on, you've just done the ritual. The lights, the candles in the room, and the sewer blew out to darkness. You do have dark vision, right?
I do. Let me double check to make sure I'm right on that.
Mhm.
Yeah, I have dark vision.
Even with your dark vision, when the candles blow out, it's like a magical darkness. So you're just
Okay.
surrounded by black for an instant. When your eyes adjust and it's not like magical darkness, but you can't see very far in this place. The heat is oppressive. It's the first thing you notice. It just got really hot all of a sudden. Also, the air is very hard to breathe, and the gravity here is greater. Like your body feels 5 times as heavy as it was. It's hard to move, and just being in this place is physically taxing for you. You're not taking damage every round or anything like that, but if you were
I
to...
adjust density so that I'm half the weight.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, you can do that. Okay, and so you're in this darkness. You look down, and you're standing on like an obsidian rock, like a boulder. You can see at the edges of the boulder, there's maybe it's water, some kind of liquid lapping at the surface of this boulder. Looking around in every direction, it seems to go on basically forever. Yeah, and everything is black.
Can I smell the air and see if it smells like normal water or salt water or anything?
Make a perception check. So you go to sniff the air, and all you get is heat, and it burns the inside of your nose. Like it's too hot to smell. It's like trying to breathe in an oven.
All right, I'll rub my nose and blow it a little bit.
Burnt nose hairs.
I look around, kind of in a circle, and then I'll
You hear something shift
wait.
somewhere out in the darkness. Maybe the slight splash of water. Something large.
I turned to where I heard the sound.
It was coming from this direction. Somewhere up here, but probably further. Yeah, you turn and look in that direction. You don't see anything. And then you hear it from behind you.
He turns again, a little bit more panicked this time.
Yeah, there's nothing there. And then I think from this direction over here to the left, you see like a... What's your passive perception?
It's not great if I remember. 12.
Okay. You see like a faint blue light for just an instant, like a crackling. You can't make out what it is. But when you turn, it's gone. Like, it doesn't keep happening. It just happens really quick for an instant.
My eyes start darting around wherever I am, constantly trying to find whatever it is that's making all these noises.
Yeah. And we see, like, over, like, while you're looking in that direction where the blue light was, we see behind you, like, an orange flame for a second. Like, it emits up from the ground. Like, you hear it. You turn to look. There's nothing there. And then, yeah, you just hear shuffling, like movement somewhere in the darkness, and the rustling of water.
Meryn will continue sitting there and trying to see what's happening and cast Mage Armor on himself.
Okay. You cast Mage Armor on yourself.
And then keep looking around.
Yeah. I think you hear a voice.
What brings a gnome to my home? The last one of its kind. You think your armor will protect you here, Marin?
How do you know my name? Who are you? Show yourself.
Are you frightened?
Yes.
As frightened as you were when you slaughtered your people, Marin.
That was a question.
Yeah, Marin has no response. He goes quiet and his face goes blank and his eyes look off in the distance like he's remembering something.
No anger, then. Not easy to provoke. Where's that fire in your belly, Marin?
I cast, Actually, I'll ready a fireball in my hand. Actually, wait, no, if I haven't gotten my long rest yet, then I don't have it back. Marin will bow.
Like, trying to show respect or something?
Or subservience.
Subservience won't save you, Marin. Where's your rage? Find it!
You do anything?
I'm really quick trying to remember what spells I had left because I took the rest on my sheet. Hang on. I don't think there's anything that Meryn can actually do to him without having a target right now. Meryn will pull out a dagger. Show yourself, and he starts waving it around.
You hope to threaten me with that pig sticker then? Pitiful
Marin
this one.
looks down at the dagger in his hand that's a little bit too big for him, or more accurately, a lot too big for him. This is a sword! I'll take you on right now. Fight me, you coward!
You watch as a wall of fire ignites across the top of the water in front of you.
Is it moving closer to me?
No, it's not even trying to hit you. It's just a gout of flame as if the wall of fire spell was cast on the surface of the water. It's not anywhere within danger of you. It's just like a display of power, kind of meant to frighten you.
I look at it. What, you're just gonna burn the... I look down. Whatever it is around me, in front of me, you're gonna burn things?
I could
Too afraid to
burn
show your own face, are you?
I could burn that worm in your chest if you like, Meryn.
Marin goes quiet again.
I had hoped the last of the gnomes would have some fight left in it. What brings you here? Seeking a deal with me? Hoping to join my council?
I want to stay alive. And I need to kill anyone that's trying to keep... And then I point at my chest. This information alive.
Yes, kill. That's exactly what you'll do, Meryn. You will kill so many, like you already have.
Marin stares off into the flames, looking like he's spaced out, remembering something again.
Tell me, did the screams of your people fill you with anger? Do you blame yourself or the gods for their fate?
The gods don't own me.
Oh, the gods, they own everyone, Meryn. All those who refuse to fight back.
I need to fight. This can't happen again.
What can't happen, Meryn?
He looks off into the flames again, lost in thought, and points at his chest again. This can't happen again.
Do you seek to give it up, then? I can keep you alive.
I look up. Can you destroy the traces of it? Make it so that no one will ever, and then points at his chest again, find this again?
I can purge that fetid corpse of a worm from your body if that's what you desire.
I look up to the sky, or whatever's above me.
Darkness. Just black.
It needs to be done.
So you're agreeing to that. You're asking for it to do that?
If that's the cost of the ritual, then yes.
I mean, it's not. It's not, like, necessary.
I think that he wants that information to be lost. If he can hide traces of that information, then that's what he wants, because he'll still have pretty much similar benefits from this, but he wants that to be gone.
Okay. From the water, you see something start to rise. It looks like a draconic head that rises from the water. We'll say about here ish.
Okay.
Let me see here. Make a dexterity saving throw. As the mouth opens, and that's a failure. It's okay. It's like impossible to succeed on this. As you see the mouth of this creature open, and its scales are like a grayish, sickly grayish color. It's clearly like some kind of a dragon head or a draconic looking head. And the mouth opens and fire just pours out over you. Now, you don't take damage. It's not trying to kill you, but you feel an immense amount of pain from inside your chest, as like you probably react instinctively, try to shield yourself from the flame. But as it washes over you, it doesn't like burn your skin. But you do feel something in your chest burning. I think as like we see the fire wash over you, and we cut to the sewers where we see Marin laying on the ground. His eyes are rolled back in his head, and he's just like convulsing, and like foam's coming out of his mouth, and he's just like shaking. And Seston's holding him, and he's like, Marin. And he's like trying to stop you from choking on your own tongue or whatever, you know. And then we cut back to this scene.
Marin's dropped to one knee and he's screaming.
Yeah. Maybe we see like the edges of your robes are tattered, but for the sake of, you don't take any damage or anything. I mean, the worm dies.
Yeah. I'm guessing things that came from that swap them back to the normal, right?
Yeah, if you like.
Okay. I'm fine leaving them or swapping them. Either way.
Up to you.
Okay. I'll leave them for the session, then probably fix it after.
Okay.
Whenever it stops, Marin will kind of shaking her eyes back up to standing on both legs, and then look at the Leviathan.
Yeah, it's just the head is poking out from the water, and it's just sort of sitting there watching you.
It seems I've done you a favor, Marin. Now, how will you pay me back?
Who do you want me to kill?
You will help me kill the Arcana then.
I've never much been too attached to them myself. Always trying to own people, hide information that didn't need to be lost to time.
Information is important to you then, Marin.
Yes.
Your hatred will become more important. Your wrath and anger will to drive you. We will visit every unspeakable sacrilege and debauchery on the corpses of the Arcana, and I will again bathe in the light of the fountain.
Marin nods.
Tell me, Meryn, do you know me yet?
Can I roll a history check and see if I know him yet?
Sure.
I'll use inspiration on it.
Okay. What does Marin know about dragons?
I don't know when. I don't remember when they died out of character.
Before your
But
time.
okay, so he'd probably grown up hearing stories. Or ancient myths. Maybe he'd have kind of the same type of information that other people might have about the elves, where it's just a story from a book.
So, here's what you know. I don't think you knew that this creature was a dragon until you got sight of it. But now you're starting to be able to piece together bits of history you know. Things you've heard, maybe things you've seen in books. I'm going to go ahead and share with you a handout. I'm going to put it in everyone's journal, so it's going to show up under the handout section now for Leviathan. And I will show to players so you can pull it up on the screen. Here is basically the gist of what you know. There's quite a bit of information here. Primordial beast of chaos and wrath, king or queen of the void mentioned in religious teachings, gatekeeper of the void, also known as the Hellmouth. Its mouth is said to represent the gates of the void, although this may be another entity entirely. It's a representation of the sins of wrath and envy. Over time, developed intense hatred for the Arcana, as well as other high-ranking demons. This has led to civil wars within the void itself, which have often spilled out onto the physical plane. Now we're starting to get into the stuff that's bad news. Leviathan is one of the most powerful beings in creation, with its sheer presence being enough to make men tremble, enough to darken and stain rooms, buildings, and people forever. According to old teachings, its hide is indestructible. No blade of any earthly or supernatural caliber can penetrate it. Some teachings go so far as to say that nothing in the world is its equal, and it looks down on those who are proud and arrogant. It is said to be capable of projecting burning lights that can destroy any man-made structure. While Leviathan was hungry, reports High Priest Demi Johannan, it would send forth from its mouth a heat so great as to make all the waters of the world boil. On this heat would ride blasphemies of the void itself, abominations foul and sacrilege, to carry forth and slay all in its name, to pull them back into the mouth of the void, to torment forever in its body. And if it were to put its head into paradise, no living creature could endure the odor of it. While its origins are a mystery, religious accounts describe Leviathan as a primordial beast that resided in the void until it was tamed by the Arcana after the founding of creation. Another account is that it once belonged to an order of seraphim that rebelled against the Arcana in heaven. This would be like angels. as a result, fell along with them. This consequently caused some kind of damage to its form, causing it to shift into some kind of serpent or scaled monstrosity. In legend, it's said that Leviathan's own body serves as its own realm of the void, and it preys upon souls that attempt to escape from the burning darkness, devouring them and sucking them inside its stomach, where they're forever burned in the flames of its body. Most of this is drawn from real-life lore about Leviathan from the Bible, so there is that. Yeah.
I looked him. You're Leviathan, the Hellmouth. And when he says it, he kind of says it like he doesn't quite believe it himself, that it's actually real. And he thought it was just from storybooks. You.
What else, Meryn? What else is there?
You seek to destroy the Arcana. No one really knows where you came from, or when you came from, but you're ancient.
Tell me, Meryn.
And very powerful. You take what you desire, what others desire, anything you want. You destroy what you want, and take what you want. You will destroy the Arcana.
Yes.
It is your destiny.
Why?
Because you can.
My hatred for the Arcana and the reasons for it have been wiped from your books, have they not?
Yes.
Tell me, Meryn, do any of my children still walk in the world?
Could I assume that he means dragons?
Yeah, that's what he's talking about.
No. Not since long ago.
Diminished to sick, twisted, idiotic forms, all of them dead. My beautiful children.
Wolf's pretty close with his guess on who it is.
Yeah, being sarcastic.
Just the other one. It's the other one. That's all.
Right.
Marin is still doing his best to try to be respectful and not die.
I mean, why ruin the streak?
Yeah.
You pledge to serve me then. Kill all I command in my name.
I look him in the eyes. Yes. I pledge my service to you. Together, and then I look behind me and the rest of, and then kind of look back like, oh yeah, they're not there. The rest of the circle, or of the council, we will destroy the Arcana in your name. They'll burn.
The rest of the council, funny.
Marin looks a little confused for a moment, and then he looks like he's had a realization. You're planning to replace them, aren't you?
Perhaps.
They didn't seem like they really. And then I kind of look up in the distance like I'm remembering something again. Knew how to handle the situation.
Make a persuasion check.
Okay, hang on, let me toggle advantage
I know you
off.
don't realize it, but you're kind of persuading it to tell you something. Not high enough. Okay. yeah, it just kind of chuckles at what you're saying. Like it's not gonna tell you its plan, you know. But it's like letting you think whatever you want about its plan, kind of.
Marin nods to himself like he's understanding the whole plan. So you're replacing them. You must know about what they're planning.
Oh. So when you say that, the creature almost seems to smile. As it starts to like approach the rocks slightly. I think it starts to rise more of its form up out of the water. You see like these pitiful little deformed wings on its back that could clearly not carry this creature. As it starts to like approach the rock. I mean, it's not gonna like force itself up on there because it would like push you off or anything, but it just gets closer and listens to what you're saying. Seems to be whatever you're saying seems to be pleasing it. I'll tell you that.
You've already figured out their plan. They're trying to make and then he thinks to himself, that tiefling in my group do a double cross, work for both sides. They think they have tricked you, but they haven't.
No, they haven't. Seston believes his plan will work. He is a fool.
I need a way to hide that I know that you know from the rest of the group.
Just don't tell them.
How can I choose not to tell them when they can read my thoughts?
I can pluck the memory from your mind if you like.
That would probably be for the best.
Yes, you invite me in then. There could be collateral damage, Meryn.
I could keep the information to myself, I think.
Not as
What would you like to...
foolish as you look then.
No. I've lived for not as long as you, but for quite a long time. In mortal standards, at least.
Is that
So what do you need
supposed...
me to do? Oh, I'll let him continue.
Is that supposed to impress me, Meryn? A millennium on this earth is nothing.
I did say in mortal standards. Obviously nothing compared to... And then I raise my arms. Your immortal grandeur.
Your flattery will not help you. It is your wrath I seek.
To be honest, I'd like to get some scores settled.
The creature smiles.
What scores would you like to settle, Meryn?
Recently I was deceived by some people that I thought were allies.
The same that hope to join this council, then.
I don't necessarily need to kill them, but I will get what I was promised. And if there's damage, then so be it.
What did they promise you?
One of the most valuable things of all. Knowledge.
You will punish them for their transgressions. So long as you don't stop them from serving.
Of course not. I'll just take away some of their other options. They may have no choice but to serve you.
If only I had known to teach the way sooner. I think you will make a good student, Meryn. We can teach you to hate. In time, it will be all that fuels you, keeps you going. You will learn to enjoy its embrace more than your own people, Meryn.
He gets the faraway look again for a moment, and then quickly snaps out of it.
That's
Some
when
things
the...
need to be.
Go ahead.
Oh. Meryn looks at him again. Some things need to be forgotten. Replaced. Fire burns the way for new knowledge.
Fire is just one tool for destruction. There is so much more.
Rage.
Yes.
Anger.
Yes.
Wrath.
Now you have it.
Meryn's fists clench. So who should I kill first?
You will know in time. Your next job is in creation. We can take it from there.
I think at that point the creature shows you its true form.
Okay.
Just for an instance. So let me delete this. Here's what you see. Now you get a image. This happens very quickly, but you get an image of what this creature looked like at the moment before it was shriveled and turned to this horrible little serpent imitation of itself. Now it was wounded greatly in a battle against Heaven, but here is essentially what it looked like at that moment. So here's what happens. The pitiful wings and stuff that are on its back as it's extending itself from the water. Suddenly there's a flash of lightning behind the creature. Its wings seem much larger all of a sudden. Again, we don't see the creature grow or anything. There's just a flash, and you have this still image of this creature in your mind's eye. It's rearing up, it's spreading its wings in like a horrific posture. It has 5 heads, 4 of which have been removed, cut off in some kind of fight. One of them has sparks. It's blue. The neck is blue. It has sparks coming out of it. One is like a whitish color, and the tip of it is frozen. One head is red and is still intact. Seems to be the main head. One head is green and is pouring out this horrible viscous acid or poison, and another head is black and is dripping acid out of it, and it's like sizzling as it hits the water. And it opens its mouth and like roars in this like angry roar. Again, this only happens for a split second, but I need a wisdom saving throw.
Meryn's just happy that he picked the right side. Pick the winning side.
Okay, that's a failure. You are... I mean, you're within 240 feet of the creatures, so you're frightened for 1 minute. You know, dragon, frightful presence, dealio. Any other special bullshit with this one? No, you can make the save at the end of each of your turns if you like, but basically the creature terrifies you on an instinctual level. Maybe it's the size of it, but it's just something about dragons. They're just utterly terrifying. This one in particular.
Meryn grimaces a little bit and takes a step back.
Here's what happens. The creature opens its mouth to roar again. It sounds angry, but it's almost like proving. Flame washes out of its mouth and like pours towards you again. I think you can't help but to try to shield yourself. And as you do, like you see the flame washing towards you, and you go to cover yourself up, and right before the flame hits you this time, you wake up on the floor of the sewer with like Seston like slapping your cheek, like, come on, wake up. And you like come to, and yeah, he's just looking down at you. Very seriously.
I think back in the normal world I cast shield and yell and then look around. Oh.
Make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
DC 17. Oh, okay, you're fine.
Whew.
So you start to like cough. So you feel something trying to force its way out of your throat, like, and it gets up into your like esophagus, like in your neck, and you know what it is. Like it's the worm.
Yeah.
And you just like grit your teeth and swallow it back down.
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably dead, but you know, you didn't puke it up or anything.
Meryn looks up at Seston. What are you looking at?
I've never seen a reaction that poor before. Caught me off guard. Are you okay? Thought the creature was going to kill you for a minute there.
Why wouldn't I be okay?
Well, Leviathan tends to be pretty angry. I was worried it found you out for a minute. Wasn't going to let you come back.
I wouldn't let information slip. We need to complete the plan, of course.
Do you want to make a deception check?
I'm not specifying which plan.
Yeah, that's true. And you also didn't... I mean, you kind of did tell Leviathan, even though he already knew. But yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I'll let you lawyer your way out of that one. He just kind of nods. I mean, he takes his hands off of you immediately. Like, he probably looks a little bit uncomfortable. Like, okay, I'm not gonna touch you or anything. He says, did it take then?
I'm still here, aren't I?
He nods. So you're bound to this just like the rest of us until we figure something out. I suppose.
I nod.
Right. Well, guess we should get to work then. I think Kieran and Sadicus should be back any moment with that priest. Do you think you can catch up with your friends, see if they've well, come to a decision, I suppose.
Of course, my friends.
Right. Maybe check in with Lynette or Daytash. They're probably close by. I guess you're one of us now, Marin. You know the basics, right?
I nod.
Right. So I just what if I were you, unless you're suicidal, I wouldn't try to kill anyone else in the council then. They die by your hand. You go too. Seen it before. We used to have other members. Some just couldn't take it. It's not a pretty way to go, so I would advise against it.
I look at him. How old are you?
How old are you?
I asked first, you answer first.
Well, I am old enough to remember the gnomes, certainly. I've been stuck in this deal for, I think it's been 2 or 3 millennia now. Probably closer to 3. Didn't always want out. There was a long time when I rather enjoyed it.
I look him in the eyes. If you knew what I knew, you wouldn't be. And I look at him and I kind of look him up and down, as horrified at what you've seen. And then I use my background thing.
Those who look into your eyes can see you have faced unimaginable horror and that you're no stranger to darkness. Commoners will extend you every courtesy, unless you've shown yourself to be a danger. Yeah, he first, like, when you're first saying that, he kind of like quirks an eyebrow at you. And then I think by the end of it, he just nods solemnly. He says, sorry about what happened to your people, Marin. No one deserves that.
I nod.
Maybe that's where we end the scene.
Meryn's trying to feel out how much each person knows.
I mean, he's been around longer than you, but you certainly seem to know things he doesn't.
Yeah.
But you're a wizard. That's kind of your job, is to know things that other people don't. Cool. Yeah. Maybe we just fade out of the scene on that. And then it's a little bit late, but we can take like a 5 or 10 minute break. Is that okay with everybody?
Yeah.
It's a lighthearted episode today, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. All right. Well, we'll be back in like 5 or 10 minutes. I guess, Marin, do we want to like assume you're going to go try to catch up with them? Or Daytash? Or What do you want to
Meryn
do?
might talk to some other people from the council and then try to get his long rest first.
That's fair. You go ahead and mark your long rest if you want.
Okay.
And if you want to spend some time, well, right now the only person you can talk to is Seston until at some point Sadicus and Kieran will arrive with the priest, probably before the rest of the party gets back. You can talk to them a little bit if you like. Maybe we'll do the same thing when we get back and flip a coin to see what we pick up with.
Okay.
That works for everybody. All right. So you guys got a handout on Leviathan to check out now. Should be available to everyone. If you want to look at that.
Up.
You guys know who Leviathan is, right? Like, I feel like when I show the token, you guys know, right?
Yeah.
Everybody's quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Tiamat. Yeah, Tiamat is Leviathan.
She got messed up.
Yeah, she got fucked up by heaven. That is right. So good luck beating Tiamat, guys. I told Wolf a while back, I was like, I do have a CR30 monster I can just drop on you guys. And he was like, oh, I don't want to deal with the Tarrasque. And I was like, that's not a Tarrasque. All right.
I don't know what
I chose the winning side.
Oh, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we don't, there's some other stuff going on. It might some of the stuff might be red herrings. So yeah, we'll see. All right. Break time. We'll be back in a few minutes. You guys get some drinks, go to the bathroom, whatever.
All right.
All right. Thanks, guys.
I know you face ahead of you a very difficult challenge. Whatever you decide, you must hold on to your hope. While you may suffer, you perhaps will lose sight of your own strength, but you will recognize that the loss can help you discover your own resilience and inner power. It is only then that you can truly appreciate all that you have. If you feel you must walk into that darkness, know that I cannot go with you, but that you walk with my blessing. Keep our light close. For as long as there is even a pinpoint of it in that darkness, there will always burn hope. And the star will always burn bright for you until your return. Remember that you hold within you all you need for your fulfillment. All you need is courage to do what you feel you must. For this, you yet have reason to rejoice. And hope stays bright to light the way home.
All right. I am here. Yeah. I'm keeping track of the XP, Kyo, don't worry. All right. I am back. Or are you guys back?
I'm back.
So, Marin, go ahead and take 3 XP for that scene. I need to give 3 XP to Vaira too for the clutch slow cast earlier. Ella, are you here?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I've been keeping track of the XP. I think we've done pretty good today, actually, which means, unfortunately for you guys, that means you don't get a bunch of extra bonus XP because I felt bad for forgetting, so.
Back. What did I miss?
Oh, I just gave some XP to Marin and Vaira.
Oh, cool.
And I was saying, I think we're doing an okay job of keeping track. The Leviathan gets 6 XP, because Leviathan. I was going to say, I think we've been doing a pretty good job today of kind of keeping track of it. But unfortunately for you guys, that means you don't get a bunch of extra bonus XP, because I felt bad for forgetting, so. Yeah. Okay. I guess let's click this. Oh, we gotta. There we go. Webcam takes a minute to turn on sometimes for some reason. Okay. So, don't know if we got everybody back yet, so I want to give Keo and Ferdy a minute.
Oh, we're here.
Oh, okay. Tim, you here? Yeah, he's here, right? Because I just
Yeah,
gave him
I'm here.
I just gave him XP. So, all right. How you guys feeling so far?
Pretty good.
Pretty good. All right.
To A team next week.
Do what?
I feel like we're not going to A team next week. We're gonna keep going with B team for a week.
Right.
Yeah,
Another 4 weeks or so.
probably 1 or 2 more sessions at least. I thought we'd get into some of this stuff faster than we did today. But that's fine. I didn't think Havoc was gonna be so successful at
Derailing everything.
yeah.
Getting
yeah.
away.
So what I thought was gonna happen is he was gonna fail the first one, and he's gonna reach out to grab the orb, and that was gonna be it. And then he was gonna snap out of it. You guys be able to stop him from getting away pretty easily or something. But that is not at all what happened. What happened instead was he succeeded until the most inopportune time for him to fail. Because he kept holding on to it. And then that derailed everything. And if he gets away, that's a huge problem for me as a DM. I'm just gonna say, like, if he gets away, I really shot myself in the foot with this one. But that's part of the fun, I guess. So you never really know what's gonna happen.
Hear the end of this either.
Do what?
Vaira. Havoc's never gonna hear the end of this because
Many times.
when Ambien was praying, and before the orb started actually doing stuff, Ambien was like, or I guess when he first started praying, he said something about like, help me protect my family or whatever. And Vaira was like, when did we become family? And Havoc said something about family doesn't steal from each other when they're sleeping. Now Vaira's gonna turn that around on Havoc.
Right away.
All right.
Now
Yeah.
look who's stealing from
Yeah,
family.
great
Jeez.
timing.
Yeah. All right. Well, I guess I'm gonna roll a D2 to figure out who we start with. That's what I said I would do, right? Yeah. Is that okay? Still with
Then
everybody?
you're gonna roll a D100 to
Yeah.
tell us how many thousands of gold we find.
Oh, unfortunately, no.
How much gold do we find in
Where I
Havoc's
remember that.
pockets?
Do you want what, Ella?
How much gold do we find in Havoc's pockets after we murder him?
I mean, a lot. He has quite a bit of gold, I think. He did split some of that with you guys, though, right?
He did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So not totally greedy. Just acting a little out of character right now. But he tends to do that from time to time.
Character.
All right. Well, let's see. I'm gonna roll D2. 1, we start with Marin. 2, we start with the rest of you guys. What did we get? Okay, 2. All right. So we start with the rest of you guys. Let's go back over to the correct map. Boom. Gotta zoom out a little bit over here. Do what?
I said I think it's Soul's turn, right? Because we were at the end of the initiative.
Yep. I still have it showing for me, and it's not showing on the stream page either for some reason. Sorry, guys. It's from changing maps like a moron. But we've committed, so we got to deal with it now. Maybe I can just minimize it. Yeah, I can do that so it doesn't take up space for no reason. All right. Yeah, it was Soul's turn. Soul, what you doing?
Since Vaira basically told him
I
the
have one
general
question.
area, right?
I have a question real quick. So she stuck her head out and yelled, "He's over that way?"
She said
And
something
pointed.
like, what are you blind or something? Because she saw you for a second and then you disappeared.
Does anyone in the square look up and react to what she looks like?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, there's probably a few people that kind of look at her. I mean, they don't kill Gith on sight or anything, But there's people that look pretty frightened.
Don't some people describe her like a weird orc?
Yeah,
Right.
like
She
a
could
weird
just-
looking female orc, like a particularly vicious looking female orc. But also, you're not like super athletic, right? So you're not like packed pounds of muscle. So you might be a small female orc.
Yeah, she's.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, there's a couple people that give like a distasteful, and then what's the components of slow? What's the
Riot, I was hoping
Um,
for, but
that's what you were hoping for?
a little bit.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
Drop
they're-
of molasses.
They're probably going to react more
verbal,
to the spell.
somatic, and a drop of molasses. So she's just like.
Verbal, somatic, so that's chanting out loud.
Yeah.
That's moving hands,
Yeah.
and like a drop of molasses. So they see you like they see this crazy looking female orc lean out
But-
the window.
Does she need the molasses if she has the focus?
I mean, whatever your focus is, you'd have to wave it around or whatever.
Yeah.
Then she's got a crystal that she's pointing at him.
and you chant
arcane
some
focus crystal in her hand.
and you chant some magic words and wave your hands around with this crystal in your hands. There's
I
probably
feel
a
like
few
the crowd is going, orcs don't know magic. Orcs can't read.
yeah. What's this escaped slave doing this high up in the rings?
Wait,
That's
how do
right.
we know she's an escaped slave yet? I
Well, 'cause
thought
you're
there
an orc.
wasn't.
Because you look like an orc.
Right, orcs are slaves.
For the
aren't
most, for the most part, there's some free tribes. We saw one at the beginning of the B team
Mm-hmm.
story.
When Havoc was trying to kill himself.
Yeah.
they? Yeah.
Yeah,
The hammer situation.
Succeeding, I mean.
yeah. So they probably think you're like a criminal or something, or
I mean, she is.
yeah. I mean, like in the act though, like they probably assume you're actively trying to kill someone. So I think most of the crowd starts to run away from you. So just people
Oh,
are.
this is perfect. Does Havoc become more visible now that there's less people?
Well,
blocking
they
his
can
way?
they can certainly run faster than him.
Not
Because-
if I dash. Oh wait, no, I can't dash.
Yeah.
Oh.
yeah. So like, what happens is, the crowd all starts to panic and scream and run away, and I mean, Havoc looks. He's done a pretty good job of of disguising himself, but he's slow. So there's just one guy who's like lagging behind everybody else. That's
Do they realize? Oh, there's a really creepy guy, like
With wings. Oh no.
red with wings and
He rolled a crit 20
broken
on
off
his stealth.
horn.
He rolled a crit 20 on his stealth. He was trying to hide his face with the hood and, like, I'm assuming hide his wings and blend him with the crowd.
Features.
So
Yeah.
he's probably done
Yeah,
a
but
pretty
the
good
crowd's
job.
dispersing. If any of them look back, would they have?
In 6-second increments, they're in the process of running.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, maybe at some point that would happen. But again, I mean, he's probably got the hood set up in such a way that he's casting a shadow on his face so they can't see his face. I mean, he is pretty stealthy.
How is he hiding
No
his
one-
wings with this cloak?
Maybe he
Definitely
just
no one
folds
went
them
out
in.
to. Well, I have the cloak of Elvenkind, which I assume would wrap around him
Mm,
if I
a very big
swing
cloak.
it. Yeah. I don't know.
No idea. I mean, do you have, like, ways
These are
to...
so hard.
ways to cover up wings? I don't know. We can cross that bridge when we get to it. The wings are probably weird. Because they would be like sticking out. Maybe you look like a
The wings are a
hunchback
bit
or
hard.
something.
It would definitely. They would. Yeah. He would look a little weird.
Yeah, like you might.
At the very least.
Yeah, they probably just think you're just some hunchback guy. Or
I
something.
hope no one calls the guards on this escaped orc.
Yeah, right. Yeah. All right.
Well,
Well,
just
you
wait.
never know. She could be working for the people that are inside. They don't know who all's inside that building.
I mean, that's true. You could be wearing a bracer and like doing a job. Like maybe your job was to hunt down a bounty or something. Kind of funny, considering that Havoc was a bounty hunter, right? So this kind of might be a funny thing, but yeah. I mean, either way, like, people are definitely like, there's some action going on here, and I want nothing to do with it. She's casting spells. She's pointing crystals at people. Like, they're getting
This
out
crazy escaped slave is chasing down a deformed old lady. Oh no! Help her! She's disabled.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, you think they're freaking out now? Wait until they see a giant, a robot. fall
Yeah,
down
they
from
would
the
have
sky.
seen. They would have seen Soul fly out the window first.
Yeah. He's still in the air. So, and it's his
Yeah.
turn. So, what are you doing, Sol?
So Vaira pointed in the direction, right? So I can assume that Vaira saw him,
Yeah.
correct? So that means
Yeah,
I
She
can
saw him for
assume
a
that he's
second.
that I can assume he's not over here, where she can't see. So it has to be somewhere here.
Yeah, like you can probably hear her shouting from the window. It's like across the building and down from you.
Okay,
It's
then
probably
I'm
fair
gonna
to say.
go 5, 10, 15.
You still 50
20.
feet up or whatever?
Yeah, but I'm gonna do what Havoc did and sort of fall, and then
Catch-
just like catch myself.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, like superhero landing
Yeah. All right.
onto the ground. Can I investigate and see if there's anyone looking suspicious? And maybe Havoc.
Yeah, Vaira did sort of like give you help, I guess. So you would have advantage, but I'm pretty sure you still have to roll a crit 20, right?
Manage, so it's just a single roll.
Here, I'm putting some wings on you so we don't forget. Well, advantage from Vaira for like pointing out where she saw you.
Could I use investigation? or
Oh,
does it have
because
to be
Cloak of
perception?
Elven Kind. That's right. Sorry, Wolf. So yeah,
Can I use investigation, or does it have to be perception?
I suppose I'd.
That's why I asked.
I suppose I'd accept either. Investigation is. I mean, it could apply here, right? Like you're investigating all the people to see who looks most like Havoc, who matches his description most.
Right. Yeah, that's why I asked it that way.
Yeah.
That can investigate. If that's the case, would Cloak of Elven Kind apply?
No, I don't think it would. It specifically says wisdom or perception.
It does. Made to see you. Yeah. I mean, yeah. 20 does not beat a 33. Unfortunately. So, yeah, you're looking around and maybe the crowd hasn't had enough time to move away to separate from him, and so he's still able to blend in. Or he's like, I mean, he hasn't really stepped out into the street yet, even. So maybe he's just like doubled back after Vaira saw him and got behind a barrel or something, you know? We don't know.
Okay. So, I guess what I'm gonna do is, can I hold an action to, if I see anyone moving shiftily, like for example, he makes an echo, or if he starts to teleport, could I cast a spell on that person? Can I ready an action like that?
Yeah, that's how ready to actions work. I mean, yeah, you could do.
Okay.
But if it's a spell, you got to pick out the spell now, and even if you don't end up casting it, you lose the spell slot.
Oh, I would probably shoot at their legs,
Like a cantrip or something.
or
He's
using my gun.
He's got a gun. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
he can literally shoot you.
Actually, no. I'll use my cantrip. I'll use Ray of Frost.
Yeah, it slows movement.
Okay. Even more.
Even more.
Okay. All right. Is that your turn?
That's it.
All right. Havoc.
Okay. So I'm slowed,
Yeah.
and I have a single action or bonus action.
you're also still stealthed.
Right, and people are starting to panic and like run away from the spot.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with it. I'm going to, as I'm moving along my pitiful 15 feet, I'm going to use my bonus action to summon a shadow right in front of Soul. There is no physical indication when he summons these.
Okay. Go ahead. Pull your shadow on the screen. Now, are you like trying to use it for cover? Is that what you're doing?
No, I'm just summoning it next to him, which I think I have just enough range to do. 15 feet.
All right. I think that activates his reaction. He said he sees any funny business like a shadow summoned, or he said that specifically.
Yep. You can attack it.
Soul?
And then 15 feet.
Kyo?
Where is question? Where approximately is everyone else? Is he like alone over here in the corner, or how far is he away from other people?
Do you want me to just like drag some people onto screen? I can do that. I didn't know hiding in crowds was going to be a thing. Really.
So Havoc, kind of hunched over and like shuffling along, is trying to now, because he feels lethargic, act like an old man.
Okay. All right. Tokens. Here we go. I'm looking in the wrong section. There's gotta be some human. Just gonna grab some random human tokens, I think. All right. So we got like a random monk that's walking by. Like a guard or adventurer or somebody. Yeah, I got this guy who's not wearing a shirt.
And they're all wearing cloaks.
I mean, a lot of these guys are. Here's an alchemist, two alchemists who are both wearing cloaks. I'm just grabbing the first tokens I see here. We've got like it's just a random.
Common.
Yeah. I got plenty of these. I can do this all day.
Let's attack the thing.
Just for the sake of mechanics, these guys are all just like commoners or something.
I'm assuming 12 doesn't hit.
Or are you attacking the shadow?
Yep.
It does not if it's against AC. I thought Ray of Frost was a dex save or something.
Ray of Frost is a spell attack.
Oh, is it? All right. Well, then yeah, it doesn't hit.
All right. I mean, I'm pretty sure that this is going to be enough people. Let me just start like.
Still pulling people on.
Yeah. All right.
Are they all like? Is that just the people in that corner, or is the whole square that?
I mean, the whole square's got a crowd, but just for like none of the people over here are going to be important.
Would matter, right? Okay.
Yeah.
I was just wondering if it'd be weird if they were all just in that corner.
But I'm just going to like grab some of these and kind of try to space them out and put them in random places. Like they don't have to be all right on top of Havoc for him to be able to use them as cover. I think as long as there's at least a couple between him and you. Maybe one guy can go down here. We can move this guy. Like right here, maybe. He's right by Soul. And maybe there should be one or two people that were like on the edge of the alley, like standing there smoking or something. Does this look okay to everybody? I think this is alright. This should be fine.
It's way more cover than I was expecting. I thought I would be in a crowd of like 4.
Yeah, I was actually wondering about that. We're in the Jade District. Would there really be that many people just kind of wandering around?
I mean,
There's a party.
It's like it's starting to get busy for the day because it's right after like early morning. So people are probably out going to work, getting their breakfast, running their first errands. I mean, I don't know. I could probably get rid of some of these guys. But there are 2 or 3 people standing over here. No big deal. Maybe I'll get rid of this guy. I don't see any reason why this guy would be standing in the middle of a garden, so I'll get rid of him. This guy, maybe somebody's just like sitting down on this like curb bench area, maybe having like a morning tea or something. I'll get rid of one of these guys, put this guy there. Maybe get this guy away from the soul a little bit. Put him up there. This guy doesn't need to be here. We can leave one person over here for like sort of cover or something for Havoc. Maybe this is too many people down here. Maybe this guy's walking this way. We don't probably need that guy at all. There. Does that look a little bit more sensible? Yeah?
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Okay. Is it Havoc's turn?
Yeah.
All right.
I did all my stuff,
Okay.
which was just summoning that and moving. I did the very little I could.
All right. Ambien.
All right. So Ambien's gonna take a good whiff and then like hopefully smell like where Havoc is from inside the building.
Smell.
Okay.
Okay. Since you're trying to smell him from 55 feet away, you can make a perception check with a disadvantage because you're smelling. And you're not a dog. But if you'd like to try to spot him,
It's his pheromones that I'm trying to.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna get human pheromones from 60 feet, man.
Wait, so is he still like that 20 stealth?
Yeah, he's still got a nat 20 stealth.
Wait, didn't he move though?
He did. Well, he took an action.
He didn't take the hide action again. No.
Yeah.
Do I have to take the hide
He's
action?
no longer
We're presuming
he's no longer really hiding in the alleyway.
No, he's not. But he's using the
out
crowd.
into the crowd.
Yeah, presumably using the
I
crowd
don't
for
know.
cover.
Some GMs would rule
Well-
it's okay to use that same
Well-
one, but I've been in games where the GM's like, you have to roll anytime you're changing the situation of where you're hiding.
Well, I have a question. The echo looks exactly like you, right?
Except for it's a shadow, yeah. I've reflavored it to be shadows, but yeah, it's just a dark, shadowy version of Havoc without the...
With the cloak.
Yeah, it would look just like him. It would look like all of his equipment. I was thinking of the actor thing. It didn't look like the actor last time.
Okay.
So would we be able to, now that we know what you look like, compare it to everyone else and see if we can find you?
On that one, the cloak would be open. Well, I don't know. It would just look like what I look like, so yeah.
Yeah, I'd say it give you guys advantage on... Here's the okay, so here's how stealth checks work in DnD5e. As a hide action in combat, you make an attempt to hide, you make a dex stealth check, and write down the number. As long as you remain hiding, if any creature has a chance to detect your presence, their passive wisdom perception score must beat your stealth check, or they can make an active perception ability check, which usually counts as an action. But I don't really do that. As long as you don't break the stealth by attacking or casting a spell or like running out in the open with no cover, then you don't have to stealth again. But so he's kind of running out in the open, but I was ruling it as using the crowd as cover.
Isn't
because he said
stealth
that.
also to stealth you have to move slower?
No, that's not a thing.
Probably not on 5e.
I don't know what I'm
thing
remembering.
in, yeah, it's a thing in older
when you're traveling in
and when
stealth.
you're traveling. If you're traveling cautiously, if you're like keeping an eye out, then you move at half speed. When you're like moving overland long distances,
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's not actually in.
I think that's what you're thinking of. Yeah.
normal stuff? Maybe.
I mean, we can see does stealth slow you down in 5e. We can Google that.
But
I don't know. I'm happy to reroll stealth. That's fine with me.
Stealth in combat does not require a reduced speed. Although you move while in stealth mode, you might give away your position, so you're not hidden anymore. But stealth doesn't reduce your speed.
Okay, so it is probably when you're traveling just over.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it makes sense because if you're not stealthed and you're traveling down a road, you're running. You can be running full sprint. And if you are stealthed, you're like hiding in the grass, crouching. Maybe, I don't know. Whatever. I just
Slowly.
play the rules as written.
well, Ambien will just use his Twilight Sanctuary as an action. And then healing on some folks.
Healing.
No, not yet the healing, but I will use my bonus action since I'm shrouded in dim light to fly
Okay.
when you're in our darkness. So
Darkness suddenly descends and begins traveling through the daylight. This is crazy.
I mean, it's already a shadow, so another
True.
shadow comes down.
People are going to be terrified for life.
well, technically, I'm holding my umbrella, so it looks like I'm doing like a tightrope act.
You're like Mary Poppins, right? Descending down.
And then I'm gonna move here to 30 feet.
All right. Do you
Great.
drop down, or are you still 50 feet up?
I'm still 50. No, I went down. Remember? I did 30 feet down.
Okay.
But I'm probably like 20 feet up in the air,
Okay.
so people could still see me like floating. I guess
Let me give you a.
5, 6.
It's like a Dragon Ball Z fight happening in the middle of town. People are flying through the air. All right. All right.
And then that's it for my action.
Okay.
Oh wait, can I do now the perception check
Sure.
with disadvantage?
I gave Soul advantage. I mean, you were right by Vaira when she's pointing to where he was when she saw him. He did move since then, though. So, yeah. I can't remember. There was probably something else I was going to give advantage for, but I can't remember what it was.
Probably be okay. Otherwise, it's going to be almost impossible.
The pheromones.
Yeah, there you go. Should I get rid of this shadow for now?
No, it's still alive.
Oh, yeah. It's still alive. Oh, my gosh. 31 is close.
30.
Close.
You have blessed. Don't forget.
I know,
Oh
but
yeah.
I need to have a thing though, don't I? Like a nat
No.
20?
No, not if you roll.
Not if you just pass up the number. Yeah.
Yeah, so you got a 34, so you spot him. Yeah,
Oh.
you see him. He's right there. He rolled a 33. It was a natural 20, but it was a 33. Right? That's how,
All right.
that's how it works, right? Am I wrong?
Yeah.
And then I just point at him.
I don't
It's
want
like,
to give
oh,
anybody
he's
the
over
short
there.
end of the stick.
I do get to make a saving throw against the slow at the end of my turn, though, right, Vaira?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't have any bonuses, so we'll see how that goes.
Now that he's spotted you, he can point you out to everybody else. And Vaira's gonna kill you. I guess you don't save.
Is that for
No, I don't.
everyone,
No.
30, or just you?
Just me.
Okay.
I think it's the end of each person's turn when they're in the radius.
Right.
Is that the end of your turn, Ambien?
Yes, that's the end of Ambient's turn.
All right. This is Lynette. I don't think Lynette can do much here. Lynette can do one thing. Gonna run over to the edge of the roof over here and try to read thoughts, I guess. One creature. So Lynette has to be able to know which one is Havoc. Are you pointing him out, like Ambien, or?
Yeah, I'm pointing him out.
All right. 60 feet. You're within 60 feet, I think, right?
Should be.
Yeah. It automatically gets surface thoughts.
My thoughts or whatever it is thoughts.
Whatever the thing controlling you. So the thoughts are like, get away from these, very surface level. Get away from these people. Get the orb to the teleportation place and get out of here. Get it back to the void. Yeah, I mean, Lynette doesn't talk a whole lot, especially not in this form. It's not shape changed or anything. Okay, that's about it, I think. Because that is an action to do that. Okay, that's Lynette's turn. Daytash is invisible.
Do it, please. Do it.
There it is.
How about this? Do it.
Do it.
Goat him. Goat him.
Let me see if he has anything else, because I don't want to piss.
Gotta
Wolf
touch
off.
me, so you'd have to
You should
travel
do
a
it
little
because
bit.
it's funny.
He doesn't have to touch you for polymorph.
For polymorph, don't they?
No, it's 60-foot range, bro.
Oh, well, fuck.
Yeah, so I'm gonna look for something else I can do, because I don't want to troll you too hard. So I'm gonna look for something else first.
Me trying to get away.
Well, I mean, you did say please don't polymorph me again. I was so mad last time. So I'm gonna try not to, but if I have to polymorph you, I will. First, I might as well go big or go home, right? Dominate person. So, I think it's a wisdom save, right?
Yep.
Wisdom
How
saving.
does that work if I'm already charmed?
It doesn't say
I don't think
anything
it's-
about other charms.
I don't think there's a rule where you can only be charmed by one thing.
That's true. I'm really good at these. Just keep them coming.
Okay, so here's what happens.
God
You
damn it.
freeze. You feel the presence in your mind, the voice you've been hearing, get ejected. Well, actually, I take that back. Maybe it'd be like a count. They roll against each other, maybe, or something.
This is what I was asking: is who wins the charm?
Yeah, that's a good question.
You're the one that rolled for the spell level earlier. I don't know what it was.
Well, he rolled it at the lowest level you can cast it at, which is the same level as this spell.
Oh.
So.
Well then, there you go.
Maybe Daytash casts it at a higher level.
I don't know if
I don't
Daytash has higher levels.
I don't think he can. Yeah, he doesn't have higher levels than this. Not yet, anyway. Let's see what happens when two people turn the same target.
With opposite commands. Override a previous one. What is this?
Man, why do we always find these weird? Does a subsequent charm effect override a previous one?
Charms are not all equal.
Charm, direct opposition.
For example,
Charms don't override or preempt each other unless it's called out in the rules. Quick answer is no. They can be in effect at the same time. So maybe Daytash just has control for now, but the other charm is still there. On the exception of harpies, charms. Yeah, you're reading the same thing I am.
Yeah.
If you go down, just charms in direct opposition.
So wait. He has to give me a command once he dominates me. What's his command? Daytash's.
Freeze.
Okay, and the other guy's command was keep going.
Yeah,
So,
escape.
I think those are in
basically.
direct opposition.
They are. So what happens?
So it would be...
Your call.
Yeah, I think it would just be up to you.
In that case,
This
the DM
only
may
talks
roll.
about attacking.
Would it?
Yeah.
Could the two opposing roll wisdom saves against each other?
Yeah, just do a roll off or something.
I don't even have a sheet yet for the thing.
Or you don't really want me to get away, so just say Datesh wins.
Yeah, you could
Right.
just say Datesh. to be
You're
honest.
saying override.
That's a little meta too, though. It's like I'm the DM and I'm also the one doing it on both ends. So, kind of. Maybe I just roll a die to help me decide.
Yeah.
I think that's a little bit more fair. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna roll a I'm just gonna roll a d20 because whatever. If it's 10 or higher, Datesh takes control. Oh, okay. Natural 20. All right. So Datesh crits on spell. Now the thing is, he doesn't become visible because he used greater invisibility to turn invisible. And greater invisibility. Oh, thanks for the cheers, Unrooted. Greater invisibility lets you become invisible until the spell ends. Well, he would break concentration, right? Because that's how dominate.
Yeah, so he's,
works.
he's visible again.
Yeah. So then he does become invisible. So he is right there.
Also, you have detect invisibility up, don't you, Sol?
Yep.
You cast it when Ambien was talking to the orc.
Yep.
Okay.
I was paying attention.
All right. Right on. Okay. So yeah, Havoc just freezes, stops immediately. Yeah, I think that's all he commands you to do.
Anyways.
Concentration up to 1 minute. And that's it.
And I only get saved on that one if I take damage.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure Vaira will help with that.
All right. Well, that's his turn. The spider is going to spend its turn crawling down the building, and it'll use its action to dash. I think it'll turn invisible with a bonus action. It's probably not trying to freak out people in the plaza.
That's already been done, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna see a giant spider and they're really gonna freak out. So yeah, he'll use his bonus action, do ethereal jaunt, and then action dash to get down to the ground. But he is invisible. Let me put a ninja token on him or whatever. Here it is. Okay. Vaira, are you gonna kill Havoc?
So we know for sure where he's at now because of Ambien, or
Ambien
did
is pointing directly at me.
Yeah. He's like, he's right here. I see my.
And now he's frozen in place.
Yeah.
Can I free action
Wow.
before I get frozen? Can I free action flip Ambien off?
Sure. Yeah.
And everyone's still running, right? So he's literally like frozen while everyone's running past him.
Yeah.
Yep.
After Vaira's turn, since the end of the round, I'll start moving commoners away from him.
And if I do this, I have to drop slow, and I don't want to do that. I think, seeing as there's like two people that are basically flying after Havoc, Vaira's gonna assume they have things in hand. But she is.
It's kind of a fun combat today, guys.
Why am I always running away? I just want to attack things.
You're slowly becoming Timothy, and you know what that means.
That's scary thought.
Yeah.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
I know for spells, if I ready it and it doesn't trigger, then I lose the spell slot. But I have Misty Step as a racial ability once per day. If I readied that and didn't use it, would it get wasted or would it be different?
Well, it's not a spell, right? It's a racial ability.
It's a racial ability to be able to use it once per day, yeah.
I think it's just spells that use the spell slot. Let me check.
Well,
I've
Yeah,
never
I
thought
don't
of
know.
that.
because it's normally a spell, but because of my racial, I get just once per day.
Well, here's a question for you: is it an action or a bonus action?
bonus.
Because you can't ready a bonus action.
Oh, right, okay. Never mind then.
Although, I don't really know why not, because I can't think of any bonus actions that would break the game if you readied them.
Yeah.
They're usually pretty mild.
Yeah, if you can't do bonus actions as a help action.
I would say it's up to Sam.
I'm looking at the rule right now for bonus action reactions.
Can you do that?
I don't know. It seems pretty vague. Okay, let me look at the thing for hold actions. Maybe that'll.
Hey,
We look up
rulebook
so many
lesson.
rules.
I know. We always run into these weird situations where we end up breaking the game. Like we always find weird things that should never come up. Like two charms that are exactly the same level having to wrestle against each other. That should never happen in a game.
It's because Wolf gets a lot of spells cast on him, and I try to min-max.
Right?
Uh,
Just give me something to fight.
And Ella tries to find
That's it.
any sort of loophole possible to do it at once.
Okay.
I mean, we all do that.
okay.
Yeah.
In
I
5th
feel like I
edition,
do it a lot though.
it is considered holding an action is considered your action for the turn. But it
And
is-
your reaction when you take it.
Yeah, and your reaction. You must
Correct.
define the trigger. When person does this, I do this. If the trigger doesn't happen, you effectively lose the action. When the trigger happens, just before any other action, ready character can use the reaction to make the ready action. If he used his reaction earlier during the round, he cannot make use of his readied action. It does continuously call it an action. After the readied action, resolve the round as normal.
Sam, I linked something in Roll20. It's Jeremy
Yeah,
Crawford
I think that pretty
saying
much
no.
settles it.
Oh, he specifically says no?
A bonus action can only be taken on your turn. You therefore can't use ready to ready a bonus action.
Cool. All right. Yep.
Blah.
Well, if Jeremy Crawford said it, it is the word.
Right.
I'm just
God
kidding.
has spoken.
Yeah.
I mean,
You
technically,
can still totally
the
let it
individual
happen,
GM is still able
Yeah.
to do whatever.
Well,
but,
we'll just
yeah.
go with what Jeremy. I mean, we've gone against his rulings before, but we'll stick with him
Yeah.
on this one.
Yeah, it's fine. Also, I realized because it's a racial ability, it specifically says in it does not require components. So I would, if it wasn't a bonus action, be able to ready it without losing it.
Oh, okay.
But it doesn't require any components. I don't know what to do. Did he pocket the orb already?
It's
or no?
you don't see it in his hands or anything.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna punch you later.
Let's see.
She's just gonna wait and see what her companions do. I mean, she
You don't wanna-
already wasted some spells trying to slow them down.
You don't want
And-
to synaptic static this whole area and just kill some commoners?
Nah,
or...
focus on the slow.
Look, she's already got people saying, it's an escaped orc slave. She does not need any more attention by attacking people. She does like to kill, but she's also not that stupid. So she's gonna stay where she's at and just keep watch. Like, she's staring directly at Havoc's every move.
Okay.
Creepo.
That's your turn?
Yeah, it's my turn.
Right on. Soul?
Soul's gonna move over to Havoc.
The commoners move, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I did say I was going to do that. Let's move these guys. They're going to...
Oh, my guy takes an attack at you. Oh wait,
Is
no.
that reaction?
Opportunity. Yeah, I
You
can't
don't have
because it is
reaction.
my reaction to do it. Yeah. Wait, 1 second. Let me look at one thing. I think you're right though. Oh, where'd I put it? Yep, you're right. I don't get one. Damn,
Yeah,
things considered an object.
I'm gonna search him for the orb.
He is
I am frozen.
frozen. Okay. Make a. God. I mean, did you hide it or did you just throw it in your bag? You probably.
I
threw it-
probably just threw it in a bag or a pocket. Yeah.
Okay. Let's make a investigation with advantage, I guess. Like, if as long as like not a 1 or something, I think you're fine. Let's try to get like double digits.
It's not hidden. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you reach in he has like a satchel or something on him, and you just stick your hand in there. He's frozen. Maybe his eyes watch you, like as you reach in there, and yeah, you feel it immediately, and you pull it out. I guess it is your action.
Okay, and then I'm just gonna fly back to the room. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
Do we know that you took the orb, or
I'm
I
gonna
think
tell
everyone was
Ambien I
watching
have it.
Havoc.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell
I would've
Ambien
been-
that I have it. And then I'm gonna fly up 20 feet.
Okay.
And then it's turn.
Right. Havoc.
I'm frozen. I don't get a save on that one until I can take damage.
All right, but he can. He
And
doesn't
then
have
at the end of the turn, I get to try and save against slow. But that's pretty much it. That's my turn.
All right, I guess. Sorry, man.
Oh,
At least you're not a goat.
I wasn't sure I wanted to get away anyways. I don't know what the hell's gonna happen.
You don't save against slow.
Yeah, fucking 3s and 4s.
Yeah. All right, I guess that's
Good
your
luck.
turn. Ambien.
all right? Taking this opportunity, Ambien will go on top of Havoc,
Oh god.
and then since his hands are up, and then one is flicking, like he will descend down, so that he will be like carried, like a baby, and then he will cover the thing with his umbrella and try to pass hold person.
Where'd your token
On him.
go?
He's
Oh.
underneath me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so you're going to cast hold person on him. All right.
Yeah, no,
Hold on.
I'm already frozen anyways. Go for it.
Yeah,
It is, yeah.
it's kind of like useless. Well, I'll just like steal a kiss because he's frozen. This is like the only time I guess. that-
So you're just gonna run up and plant one on him.
right.
Havoc's like, I did not consent to this.
There's a sound coming from Havoc's throat, but he can't move it.
But it's not Havoc right now, though, right? It's what's.
Oh.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Maybe you just hear like a growling noise coming from him. Like it's just like like
All right. Instead of doing that, I'll just use dispel magic.
you can
Wait,
kiss,
or whatever.
I mean,
What?
you can kiss him if you want to. All right.
Yeah, I'll still kiss him, but
Okay.
cast like a spell, right? I don't know. Is it?
You can
You're gonna
cast a
undo
spell.
the slow and the hold and the
Yeah,
dominate person.
you're gonna undo
Oh,
everything.
okay. I thought
Wait.
it's just one for dispel magic.
Yeah, if you dispel magic, I think you can choose.
You
the
get to
effect.
choose the effect, right?
Would I
In,
know?
in past ones, it got rid of everything. Now it's just one.
Oh, is it just slow and freeze?
Well, there's a lot of effects.
You get
on
to
him.
choose whichever effect you want to get rid of,
Yeah.
assuming you
Are-
know that the effect is there.
Okay. Do I know if he's charmed by that thing or no?
I mean, you saw like a
How he
weird-
changed?
Yeah, you saw something was off about him. I don't know that you know for sure what's going on, but haven't you guys been told that he's got like a demon pact? Or
Yeah.
something? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It was
Um,
told during the. And I'll I'll do it. I'll dispel that that charm from a demon, I guess. To dispel magic. But
Okay.
it's 3rd level.
Choose one creature. A spell of 3rd level or lower on the target ends.
He gets to make a roll for it though.
For each spell of 4th or higher, an ability check using your spellcast DC equals using your spell casting ability. Okay, so you can so he can make a like a spell attack roll or something. Or
It's a spellcasting ability check, but it's the same thing, yeah.
Oh, so ability check. So like what?
It's the same modifier.
Okay, wisdom or whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever his. So it would be his spellcasting attack modifier, but it's considered an ability check.
Ambien would make the roll.
So it's a d20 plus 9 because my spell attack bonus is 9.
All right, the DC.
I believe so.
I'll keep the DC would be the 10 plus
Or no,
the
it'd be-
spell's level. Which the
Plus
spell
5
that's
for your
on.
wisdom.
Sorry.
Sorry, I was talking to.
Oh.
I'll shut up.
Let me just roll a d20 first.
Yeah, the DC is 15. Okay.
And you get your D4 plus, because it is an ability check.
I think he beats it with a natural.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just-
plus 5, plus 3.
17
Yeah. Okay.
or 8, 19.
Yeah. So you dispel. So, Havoc, you come full to your senses. You remember all the stuff that was going on. You don't really like remember why you were doing those things.
What? Oh, okay.
Like you remember doing them, but you just remember it being important at the time. You remember the voice in your head. It's not like you weren't present for what happened. You're just like
right.
a little fuzzy on why exactly you did the thing you did. You do
So
remember
now
the voice,
Havoc is
though.
glaring at you for a different reason, but he's still frozen.
You are still frozen, yes.
And then that's it for my turn.
All right.
Oh boy.
Lynette. I think Lynette is just gonna spend their turn trying to climb down the building. Or they will action dash, I guess, which will get them 30 feet total, 20 feet off the ground. I'll put them like right here. And that's Lynette's turn, I think. Daytash. He saw what's his name take the orb. What's his name? He saw Soul take the orb. And Ambien has done something to you.
Yeah, he kissed me.
He doesn't. Daytash is another one of those guys who doesn't talk much. I think he just he looks towards Ambien for direction. He's holding the spell and concentrating on it, and he kind of just looks questioningly at Ambien. Like, do I drop it? What do you want me to do?
Just drop it.
Give him the go ahead to drop it. Fine. He will release concentration on what is freezing on his dominate person. And he will not hold an action. He'll just stand there and watch. Maybe, actually, I guess he can hold a cantrip. That's fine. Yeah, he'll hold action cantrip you with Ray of Frost. And that's his turn. The spider, intelligence check. I mean, that's relatively good.
I don't think I'm gonna run or attack them anymore, so we might
And-
drop out of initiative.
Yeah, you want to just drop out?
I don't have any reason to run anymore. I don't think.
That's fine. We can do that.
Unless Vaira wants to attack him.
Yeah, that's fair.
Although I do push Ambien.
When you come to, you just like shove him off you. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, we can just drop out of initiative then. So,
The hell was that?
Wait, you asked me that?
You kissed me.
It was for your own benefit.
I don't believe that.
Well, I cured you, or I released you from the charm.
What charms? I just wanted to go and take the thing to the magic shop.
Well, we can take it together, but you can't just take it and leave us.
Havoc rolls his eyes. Fine. So do I not get the idea that something was wrong, or that's how I was interpreting what you said.
You weren't, and you don't really feel like you were in control of what you're doing. Like you were aware for the whole thing. I think you're definitely aware that something happened. You heard this voice talking,
Okay.
like to you, like talking about the orb and taking it, and like the light of the fountain and all that stuff. You remember all that. It just kind of felt like. It almost felt like you were doing it, but yeah, you know something's up. I don't think you need to make a roll or anything.
Okay.
So are we in agreement that we should just go to a magic shop?
Well, while you guys are talking,
yeah,
I'm
but-
going up to the room and
Yeah,
hiding the orb
Vaira's
in Kitty.
motioning. Yeah, Vaira's motioning for everybody to come back to the room.
We've already made a ruckus. Am I still slowed?
Yeah.
For another 40 seconds. All right, fine.
I start running
Um,
before Havoc tries to push
Can I
me
take an
again.
opportunity attack with my shadow?
I
Just
could.
You can't take reactions when you're slowed, right?
No, God damn it!
Right.
Yeah, Vaira does not want to risk you running off, so she is maintaining that.
I'll start heading back, but I'll call out. We have a problem.
It's you.
Yeah, it's you.
Didn't do anything. You guys freaked out.
You acted quite differently there. It's so not like you.
Did he also speak in the thing's voice?
Maybe a little bit.
Yeah, I don't remember if there might have been a time where you guys heard it out loud, like right when it first took over him.
I
You
think
did
did
say
once.
that we heard his voice.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like when he talked to the mental link or something, he said that it was the other guy's voice.
Oh yeah. So you guys would have heard it and recognized it as not being Havoc's voice for sure.
And they heard the bit about taking it to the void or something.
Emperor?
Yeah.
Um,
I guess you guys can move back into the inn if you want, since we're done with the quote unquote.
I'll be there in an hour.
Yeah, we're. I guess I can pull you guys back to the town map if you want.
Yeah.
Make this thing disappear.
Here we go. It's all good. Maybe this is a good excuse to jump to Marin. We'll let you guys finish up the scene, like talking and stuff.
question: are the rest of the council going to ask what happened, or they're just gonna watch us?
I mean, they're curious, yeah. Lynette and Datash probably follow you guys inside and are asking what's going on. I mean, they don't care about the orb or anything, but
For our group, we didn't know for sure if they were listening in on us, but the fact that
Now
they
we
all
do.
reacted, yeah, we know
yeah,
that they.
Because no
They've
one
been-
warned them.
yeah.
That's what I would like to get to. Yeah. I want to
okay.
discuss this.
Yeah, let's discuss it. Sure.
So we all go back to, I guess,
mean, you
the
got the
room
two-
that our party was in.
You got the two people of the council that talk the least, so we can try to have that discussion if you want, but they're not a very talkative bunch.
How many people are there total, counting Spider?
3.
Of the council,
Or do you
there's
mean
3?
all
no,
of them?
No, of all of us.
Oh.
4 of you guys, because Tim's the only one who's separated, and 3 of them, so 7.
Okay, counting Kitty. Okay.
8.
8.
Counting
Yeah.
Kitty.
Vaira is gonna cast
Seeming.
No.
Oh.
That was the other problem, is we just made quite a ruckus. Oh.
Okay, so you
Okay.
connect all of you guys to right on up to 8 willing creatures.
Yeah.
That's perfect. Okay. Oh, she's not casting a spell that kills people.
she wants to be able to include the spider into this conversation, since it is technically one of the leaders of the group, according to what Cestus
Yeah, he's one of the
said.
first members. Yeah, he's like one of the founding members.
Yeah.
or something.
So Vaira wants to make sure that it can communicate with us now.
Yeah, and it's kind of a goofy voice, kind of like a dog, or it's like it's also
It's like
still
Scooby-Doo.
invisible, but yeah, it's probably like a Scooby-Doo-ish kind of voice. Yeah, it's invisible, but it's like, oh, is playtime over? Are we doing playtime? Where are we going, guys? Are we going back inside? You guys got anything for me to eat? It's not very Scooby-Doo, but yeah. It's like hey Daytash, can you get me another sheep or one of those rams? Those things taste really good. I can string it up in the hotel room. It's not a problem. Just please. Like, it's just really like friendly, annoying, goofy, kind of dumb.
Vaira's gonna look at between Garx and Daytash and be like, "You could turn him into a goat and feed it to Garx." She points at Havoc.
Oh no, I don't want to eat.
Ha-
I don't want to eat him. A goat would be fine. Just taste a goat or sheep or something. Small dog.
He can be goat.
Small dog.
Soul's gonna go into Kitty and pull out his 14 rations of dried red meat, and he's gonna hand it to the spider.
It pulls back. It's not interested.
Oh, I thought you wanted to eat.
Probably likes fresh kills.
Yeah, spiders like they liquefy their internal organs of their prey, and then they like drink they inject them with venom, and they tie them up in a cocoon. They inject them with venom, and isn't that how it works? And again, it like liquefies them, and they turn it into this soup that they then like drink.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, I don't really understand this eating thing. And then I drop it on the floor. I guess this is useless. So there's 14 rations of dried red meat on the floor.
Yeah, they suck the blood or juices of their prey.
So what happened, Havoc?
Okay, my internet
You
just cut
just
out, but I am back.
You say family doesn't steal in the middle of night, but you just stole
In the middle of the day.
And we're going to sell it?
I was gonna see the price. Also, commotion outside? You don't think anyone's gonna follow up on that, huh? I don't think we should be here.
Can you turn this one into something so he doesn't run away again?
Don't make me throw something at you, Vaira.
You talking to Daytash?
Yeah.
He says, I'd rather, in your mind, I'd rather not bind him unless I have to.
Oh yeah, this whole conversation's in the mind using the telepathic one.
Yeah.
Right.
So that Kitty and Garx can participate.
Yeah, okay.
It's that stupid orb, whatever magic it has. That's why we need to get it figured out.
For the record, Soul went up into the room before the rest of you guys. Vaira saw it and hit it in Kitty, yeah.
Yeah, Vaira knows where it's at. If two people have touched without this happening,
Is he really
Just
a
you.
person? And he'll nod at Soul.
What are
Are
you?
you asking
Yeah.
me?
Who are you?
Maybe
At?
Ambien is protected by his god.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I mean, are you lying? Or are you just trying to rationalize in your own mind?
I don't really know, do I? So I assume that's something like fairly reasonable to think.
I mean, it kind of is. Hmm.
It's not really far off the truth either, because Ambien is protected.
Yeah. That's fair. If you want to go with that.
I can touch and prove.
Go for it. Datash, do you want to paralyze her? Or be ready to?
He just kind of shrugs, looks at her.
Vaira, is this really smart to do this right now? Shouldn't we go somewhere
No.
else?
Let's go. Let's see, just a second. Any number of creatures? Oh, so I could target like everything within range. Okay.
Oh.
That doesn't sound good.
No, it doesn't.
It's gonna kill us all. The final boss is Vaira.
I mean, I'm looking at seeming because we just caused a commotion.
Okay,
Vaira didn't
yeah.
want to cast seeming before, but now she does because problems. But it just says target is any number of creatures that you could see within range. So any number of creatures within 30 feet, I can cast seeming.
So the whole room.
Okay.
Yeah. I'd be able to see them though. So can I see everybody, or
I mean,
is
the
Gark
counts.
still invisible?
I mean, if you guys get inside the room, Garks might reveal themselves. If you guys are like gonna hang out in a private area.
You have the mental link. You could have told them what you were
Careful.
planning beforehand.
She's not casting it yet. She's doing mental math, and you guys all get to hear what she's saying as she's doing it. She's. Well, the doppelganger can change to look like something else too, so she only really needs for Datash and the rest of the party.
Yeah.
The funny thing is,
the-
if you cast seeming on them, it'll override whatever they're doing, so you could make them stay as a certain image.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Because it'd be an
But-
illusion over top of their physical self, yeah.
Yeah. Vaira's gonna say we should go to sewers. And
No,
you
magic shop.
why?
Figure out the orb. And maybe sell the staff.
Don't you think there's chance magic shop will be suspicious? Random people show up with broken orb.
Weren't suspicious of us before. I'm not sure
can
those things
go
were actually
to
alive.
sewers now. Talk in sewers, so we don't have to go to their camp. Talk in sewers, decide what to do, and then do it.
Havoc looks around to the others for votes.
I don't mind going to the magic shop.
Havoc, is it that important to do the orb now? Can't we do it after?
Are we sure there's going to be an after this? And he gives a meaningful look at Soul.
What are you trying to do with this orb? Just find out what it is?
I want to know what happened.
I want to know what happened with you.
It was the orb, I think.
Listen, we go now. We don't have time to argue. We go now to sewers, and then we discuss further.
All right, so heading to the magic shop. Got it.
I will follow the leader. And I look at Vaira.
So Vaira, knowing Garks can go invisible and the doppelganger can change, she's gonna look at Datash and be like, "You want to be different looking?"
He just shrugs like he doesn't care.
He can go invisible too.
Yeah, but it makes him waste a spell slot.
Oh.
And he's just a dwarf. Like he doesn't.
How
really,
is that a bad thing?
Yeah, he doesn't
Yeah,
have.
you know, if he doesn't care, she's gonna make him use one of his own spell slots because this means if they get in a fight, less chance of yeah. So she's just gonna look at the rest of the party and use seeming. Havoc is gonna have to have the same one as before. With the circus performer because
wings.
Vaira can't justify like any other thing.
All right.
Could be a kobold.
Big winged kobold.
Yeah, precursor there. Issue.
She's gonna give Soul a different look, because they used his preferred look already in a previous day, and people were getting suspicious of them. I think.
Okay.
What's the look?
It was a.
You normally prefer a lumberjack.
Yep.
So she's gonna make Soul look like a blacksmith.
Sounds good.
And
Kitty?
Kitty's gonna be a small pony.
Nice.
One of those like mini ponies. That's great.
The many horse.
Yes. And then Ambien, since Ambien wants to be twinsies so much,
Oh god.
Vaira is gonna make herself and Ambien look like two peasant women, like I guess laundry peoples that look like the same.
Like twins.
Laundresses.
Laundresses, yes.
Okay. All right. Cool. Twin laundresses. It is. Right on.
Coming up with these at the top of her head.
Good improv.
And the laundresses are human, blacksmith human, just everybody's human except
And
her.
Havoc.
Actually, even Havoc is a human with
Human clown.
a strange, yeah, except for the pony.
All right. Cool.
I'm an actor, not a clown.
Okay, let's go. And she's gonna lead
To the
everybody
magic shop.
to
So
the sewer grate.
yeah. So are you gonna fight them on this, Havoc?
No! Just roll my eyes.
All right. So you guys head back into the sewers to catch up with the council. I think.
No,
Here's-
we're going to
No,
the
no,
sewers.
no, we don't want to do
We're
that,
not-
yeah.
We're not going to the camp. We're just going into the sewers so that people are less likely to try and find a like.
Oh, to follow you. Okay, like to get away
Yeah.
from any guards that might be coming. I mean, you guys
Yeah.
didn't blow anything up, or cause any damage. You didn't hurt anybody. You didn't destroy any property.
Scared a bunch of people.
Yeah, you just freaked some people out that thought because common people have no idea what kind of magic you were doing.
Considering the fact that Krudiat's mansion just got like invaded the night before,
Yeah,
that's
a good
might be
point.
something like that
Virus
kind of
gonna
stuff.
be on the safe side because
Yeah, I
they might
kinda
be like
forgot
these
about
could be
that,
our targets.
Yeah,
So,
that's true.
yeah, Virus trying to be on the safe side. She'd rather go somewhere that they're least likely to be looked for.
All
They
right.
As soon
also
as we get in this... Oh, go on.
they also saw Soul and Soul's unwanted posters.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
well,
yeah.
I think a few of us are.
Well, I thought we were all technically on wanted posters that just hadn't reached the city yet.
Well,
Right.
they got started passing around the city like a day or two ago. Like, remember we had that scene where the people
Oh,
from the
right.
court showed up with and we saw the guy at the gate open the box and it had your bounties in it, and they were like distributing them. But yeah, there might be some bounties posted now because that was a couple days ago.
Yeah. Well, we definitely needed the seeming this time.
yeah,
So,
yeah. Okay.
As soon as we get in the sewers, Havoc throws his hands up and goes, "We're here. Happy?"
Not yet. Let's go further in so people don't accidentally hear you.
Arcana.
So all you guys take 3 XP for that whole combat interaction scene. All you guys, that's everybody except Marin gets an extra 3.
Man, I really
How
wanted to
much?
see what would happen if I got away.
I kind of did too. I
That
had
one would
no
have
idea.
derailed
How much
things so
experience?
much
I had
from what
no
I know.
idea what I was gonna do. Change
been
the
great.
whole campaign. Like if you actually
Is
got
it-
that
is
thing
it-
to the void. Oh man.
It would have been awesome.
Is it 3 experience or 2 or 1 or?
3. Everybody gets 3 for
Three.
that.
Okay.
It was a really long scene. You guys all did awesome. So I'll give you the max.
Should we go back to Marin or?
Yeah, are you guys just gonna like hang out in the sewers, try to lose your 5-star wanted level or whatever?
I think we were going down there to finish our discussion, which was Vaira was going to touch the orb to prove
Alright.
that it's not the orb that is causing the issue, it's whatever's wrong with Havoc.
Yeah.
Sam is like, oh great.
It's not it. It's you.
So when you touch the orb, Vaira, I need you to make a wisdom save. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
What about when
Well,
she pulls it
the
out in
thing
front of Havoc?
The thing is that Soul would have to pull it out, so I don't know if Soul would want to pull it out when Havoc's around.
When she
If
do you guys pull it out at any time to so you can touch
So-
it in front of him?
Well, if Vaira asks Soul for it, so we'll pull it out. Yes.
okay.
Okay, so Soul, you pull out this inert, clear orb. There's no stars in it. Havoc, nothing happens to you.
Okay.
And then I had it to Vaira.
All right, Vaira, you reach out and grab the orb.
Yeah.
All right, make a wisdom save. No, I'm just kidding. Nothing happens.
Can't make the same joke twice in a row.
I know. I can. I can do it. I can do it a couple more
So-
times too.
So yeah, Vaira's holding it and she's like, "See, I'm fine." And she's gonna hand it back to, like, out towards so it could be Ambien or Soul to take it.
Is Ambien gonna take it?
Yeah, Ambien's gonna take it.
Maybe it only happens once a day.
I got a question. So this is a little bit too late to ask, but that whole last scene, Ambien, weren't you using the orb as your spellcasting focus?
That's what I thought too. But
No, I've been using my umbrella, which is now my casting focus,
Okay.
because I'm using the imbued wood stem.
Okay, cool. Then we don't have to retcon anything or anything. I should have thought about that earlier and asked you, because it was your spellcasting focus at some point, I think.
He said it earlier, I think,
Oh, okay,
when
okay.
it was like, he can have it because I'm not using it as my spellcasting focus anymore.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Mhm.
My bad. I must have missed it. All right.
Yeah, so we do that, and then Vaira says, so we don't need to go to shop yet.
yeah, we do. I think either way
Why?
we could sell it for something. And the staff. Getting sick of
It's
lugging
not
this thing
yours
around.
to sell. It is Ambien's.
Ambien.
Are you gonna replace it with a ring?
Oh my god.
Didn't Ambien need to keep it?
Yeah,
I'm
no,
going to the
I
magic
know.
shop.
I'm just
I
like
mean, Vaira doesn't know this, but
he does, but I'm just like joking. Well, I need this. My Arcana spoke to me with this and told me this could be something. In case we're in darkness.
Mhm.
So we need
Get
to
away from
protect
me.
it then.
yes.
By the way, I'm gonna go and sell the staff.
I
You
don't
coming
mind. I don't mind going with you. I might buy something there at the magic shop.
Fine, we go sell stuff, but we are not selling Ambien's
I'm sorry.
orb.
I'm sorry. We sell staff? I believe this is mine.
I told you I will watch you sell it. We are going together.
Havoc, what's your passive perception?
18.
While
pretty
you
high.
guys are having this conversation, you get a glance of Lynette, and the doppelganger is giving you a look. Make an insight check.
Giving me a look?
Yeah.
Okay. Not really great at those.
Ooh. It's hard to tell. It's not anger. She trades glances with Daytash. It trades glances with Daytash. They, maybe. Yeah, but you can't really tell what the emotion is, but it's there. It's hard to read, you know, as
Okay.
Matt Mercer says.
Nothing comes
Does
through the mental
Ambien
bond.
notice anything?
Sorry, 2 questions at once, one at a time.
Sorry.
Go for it.
Because Ambien's got a high insight, would Ambien have noticed the weird looks between?
Yeah, probably
Lynette
high
and, like,
perception too. Ambien, would you like to make an insight check?
Alright. Not that high.
Oh, 6. Do you have advantage?
I rolled a 1. No,
Then
no.
that one.
It's a
It's a nat 1.
Yep. Maybe Lynette's got gas or something, or Lynette's trying to steal your man.
Yeah.
Oh.
Like
Oh,
it's
I
like
don't know.
it's like a lustful look, maybe.
They are looking at me, not the orb, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So we go sell your staff, and then
I go
we
sell
go
it.
meet them before they send more people to kill us because we show up late.
I'm not that concerned. They need our help far more than we need theirs.
Ambien.
Lynette just like shakes her head or it's their head to the side.
Yes.
No.
I give her a false smile. Them a false smile.
If we need to protect that orb, do you want Kitty to protect it?
I think
do you-
it's better with me.
All right,
I might use it as a spell casting focus.
then we'll protect you.
Okay. That's why I'm going to the magic shop. Hopefully, I could buy an armor there.
When
Sell the
Soul
damn
says
thing.
hopefully we can protect you to Ambien, Vaira's gonna give a pointed look at Lynette and Daytash and wherever Garx might be if Garx is still invisible.
Okay. Okay. So you guys are gonna go to the magic shop.
Looks like it.
Do we know? Is it still in the same place from when last time?
You haven't been back yet, have you?
Right. It's only been like 3 or 4 days, though. 3 days.
3 or 4, yeah.
Yeah. Wasn't there like
Everything's happened fast.
Marin gave you like a password or something to get in, right? Like he used a password that he shared with you guys. Wasn't there something like that going on?
Yeah, I think
I
so.
Don't remember.
It was like I remember it was like a portal in the side of a wall, and it had like circus.
Oh,
Oh,
we probably
back
did have
out.
a password then. Yeah.
But I think he might have given it to you. I don't remember. Tim, are you there? Poor
I'm
Tim's
here. Yeah,
been out the whole game. We're about to switch to you, buddy, so don't worry.
it's all good. I feel like it was a kind of Diagon Alley type of press a certain brick. And maybe not a password. I don't remember though.
That's fine. Either way, I think it's like you guys. If it was press a brick, you guys could have seen him do it. A lot of you guys have pretty high perception, so you probably know. But yeah, you guys can head off to the magic shop. The problem is when you get there, there's just a wall with some circus tents, like stuff. Like there's no portal there. You have to press the brick or whatever. You go to press it, nothing happens.
I turn to Vaira and I say, if we'd have gotten here sooner instead of going to the sewer, we'd be inside.
How would you know?
I don't. But I like to make it your fault.
It could change every day if it's not here now. Maybe the moment somebody goes in, it changes when you leave.
How did we find this place in the first place? Please don't tell me it was the... Was it Marin?
The small one.
Meryn's the one who
Great.
knew how to get there. Yeah.
Great. And you guys, I'll turn into Daytash and Lynn? I forgot her name. Lynette?
Lynette.
Yeah.
Their name. Do you know where Marin is?
They look at each other. They look back at you. In your mind, Daytash says, with Seston, I think.
Great.
Maybe that's a good time to jump to Marin.
Yeah.
Marin, are you... you've gotten your long rest. You don't have to have slept in the sewers. But is it okay if we have this scene in the sewers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Meryn wouldn't have a problem sleeping in the sewers.
All right, fair enough. So we cut back in, and we see you like standing there. Sesson is nearby. Maybe you're like near the where the altar was. And as we cut back in, we see like Kieran walk in, like to your frame of view, and she turns and looks at Seston expectantly. Behind her, we see a sort of youngish guy, maybe early 20s, gets shoved into the frame of view, and he like stumbles forward, almost crashes into Kieran and catches himself. He's sweaty. He looks kind of frightened, and he just turns and looks at you all expectantly. They kind of step forward, and then behind him is Sadicus. And Kieran looks to Seston, and she says, "See, one priest, easy." And the guy's like, "Look, I'll do whatever you want. Please just don't kill me, please." Or whatever, you know. He like gets shoved forward again. And he just like step in, and Sadicus is like, "All right, we got the guy you wanted. Where's your friends?"
They're not really my friends, but... And I look at my watch. I'm sure they'll be here soon. They're probably a little bit worried right now. You know, turns out when you break into the most powerful person in town, in the district's house, and kill him, the guards are looking out for you, and you run out of some options.
Sadicus just kind of like smiles and shoots a look to Seston, and he says, "That's why we normally don't show our faces. Your friends are not too bright." Yeah, you were like outside the window. Yeah, you teleported through, but yeah, it's semantics.
I'm just messing around.
I
Yep.
believe Havoc is the only one who showed his face because the rest of us were using Vaira's seeming that she had cast.
I was seeming that whole fight.
Yeah, he was seeming there too.
I was a flying human actor
it was
with
Marin.
big wings.
It was Marin.
No, you weren't.
That
You
was
were a
the
goat
only
sometimes.
Yeah.
One. Yeah. Never mind. It was Marin that was the only one that didn't have the seeming. But that means right now Havoc's the only one whose current visual like appearance is the same. So everybody else Vaira.
That's the day
looking
before. Yeah.
different. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure that's fine.
Yeah.
It's dark.
All
I'm sure
right.
it's fun.
You got a chance here to interact with these guys if you wanted to, Marin. You don't have to.
He's going to look to Sadicus and say, "You have been watching them still, right?"
He kind of smirks, crosses his arms, like he's standing up straight. He kind of like leans back a little bit almost, and he says, course. We've got Daytash, Lynette, and Garks on them.
I figured. So either way, they'll end up here.
Yeah, he just kind of shrugs. All right.
Havoc is a bit too determined to prove everyone else wrong to not take up an opportunity to prove that he's right. And the rest of the group is concerned enough that they'll show up here.
Wow, Marin knows a lot about us.
Way to intelligently play an intelligent character. That's kind of hard to do.
Oh, never mind. I'm not there.
They sort of nod approvingly. Sadicus, like, he's got his blade in one hand, and he's sort of like, he doesn't stab the guy, but he like pokes him in the side, and the guy like yipes and pulls away. He says, "Get over to the corner. Wait until they get here. You've got work to do." And the guy's just like recoils in fear, kind of gets back, like walks by you, and he looks at you like he doesn't even know what you are, but he just kind of like looks at you like pleadingly as he walks by, like widens his eyes. He says,
I look at him. No one will believe you. Don't try to run.
Let me see something here.
This Marin would make a good leader for this group.
Yeah. 17. Oh, interesting. Make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. He, when you say this, he reaches into his robes and he grabs hold of this pendant. There's a chain around his neck, and he pulls it out. You catch a glimpse of it as he grips it, and it's an emblem of a star. And he kind of just like chants a prayer to himself. He doesn't like cast a spell or anything, but he's just like, "Please help give me light to make it through the darkness." You know, like, yeah, he's just like praying. And that's interesting. Okay. That's gonna make a weird conflict later on, I'm sure. Okay, alright.
I look at him. Anyways. And if they don't end up showing up here like I think they will, we can always just kill them. Or most of them.
Sadicus kind of shrugs. Seston says, "I'd really rather not have to do that. Hopefully they play ball." I guess it's not
If things get ugly, the only one we need alive is Havoc. Right?
He nods.
Good to know.
Sadicus chimes in, "I'd rather not have to kill Vaira. That one seems particularly ruthless. I like her." And then Kieran like grits her teeth behind him, like when he says that, like.
Meryn will note to self that he might be able to get Kieran to kill Vaira.
Yeah. All right. Rest.
Meryn,
Go ahead.
Meryn will look around to the group. So what do you all do with your time when we're not killing people and overthrowing governments?
Sadicus like leans up against a pillar and like reaching into his pockets looking for something. He says, doesn't even look at you. He just says, "Whatever the hell we want." Seston just kind of like walks over to the side, does the same thing, leans up against the opposite wall. He seems kind of tired, worn out, down maybe. But Kieran steps up beside Sadicus. And Seston says, "Well, I guess it's a waiting game for now. Give them still got a few more hours.
If anything goes wrong, turn Havoc into a goat so he can't run. Kill everyone else.
Kira,
He doesn't know about Havoc being a goat.
He does not.
Oh yeah, never mind. Never mind. Oh, I didn't really care what happened as long as Havoc got to be a goat again. If anything goes wrong with the plan, make sure to detain Havoc and kill the rest.
Yeah, they all kind of trade knowing glances and nod. I think Sadicus says, I think you'll make a fine addition to the council, Marin.
I nod.
And we see like Seston look down, and he pulls like a sleeve back and like looks at his wrist, and then he pulls it back down. Maybe we cut to the rest of the party, or we can like have you guys walk in, like I don't know, up to you guys, or we can just like end the session here, or we can like have you guys walk in, like that's where we end it when we figure out what we're gonna do next time. Up to you guys. What are you guys thinking? Do you even go back?
We're not going to be able to find a magic shop.
Well, it's just that you're not allowed in that one anymore because Vaira tried to kill the guy. So
Oh my god!
But we're seeming though.
Do what?
We're like having seeming on, so I don't know if they could tell.
The shop is made of magic.
Yeah, it's made of magic.
Darn it.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I told you guys that might be a thing. I did say that. Like, you guys have been doing a great job of getting yourselves kicked out of every magic shop you go to, so you can't go back.
Oh, did they get kicked out of the other one while I was gone also?
No.
Not really.
Well,
kind of.
That sounds like yes.
They had an angel. So the other one's run by an imp who's a demon, and they insisted on bringing an angel in there. So, kind of pissed the demon off. Now, but
the angel did give the imp one of those papaya souls.
yeah.
Like, maybe he forgave Seraphina for entering his store.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work.
I mean, Seraphina's still an angel. Like, they hate each other.
Well, Elduin can scalp profits off the top by being the middleman there.
Also, like, Vash was trying to cast magic in the shop, which wasn't allowed. But it wasn't like he tried to blow the place up or anything. So it didn't really like the demon
That's
was more.
surprising.
The demon was more entertained by like any retribution Vash might get from the shop for doing that, but nothing happened. So. Yeah. I mean, you guys go into these stores and you pull crazy stuff like that. I mean,
to answer your question, I think if we're gonna end it now or if we're gonna add in an extra little scene, probably depends on Kyo, right?
Yeah, is it getting late for you?
It's getting late for me.
Okay. So you wrap it up.
We should probably call it here.
This is your fault somehow, Vaira.
So, what are you guys doing after you can't get into the magic shop? Like, do we got a cool way we can end it? Like, even if are you guys gonna go back to the sewers to show up and meet with these folks when you're supposed to? Are you not?
Do you think we would ask Daytash and them if they know of another spot, another magic shop?
You could.
I don't know. I don't know if
they've been here before.
They have magic items like potions, and you guys have seen them chugging magic potions.
True, but they're supposedly really old.
Yeah, I don't think it would be too far-fetched to ask them if they know.
Yeah. Let's see. I'll just roll a die to help me decide. Because they travel all over the place, they might have just got their stuff in creation. it's 10 or above, then they know a place in town you can go to.
Or maybe they rolled terribly on their wisdom save and they forgot.
Yeah, yeah, maybe. They rolled a 2, so
Yeah.
It would be kind of funny with people that are ancient going around and going, yeah, I think there's a shop down there. Did that close 2,000 years ago?
yeah.
No, oh, no, it's here. Wait, nope, that got destroyed in the revolution. Nope, that one burned down in a fire. That one
Whoops.
closed.
I'm so sorry. I don't know what else we could possibly do to delay it then.
You guys just keep trying to put it off and put it off.
Well,
You can do like a
everyone
short
buys some
rest.
armor.
Do what?
Do a short rest
Yeah, we'd
just to delay it.
Okay, all right. You guys do a short rest. Fine. You just had a long rest. I mean, you did just have that sort of fight scene. Maybe some of you need a short rest. Casting all your spells and stuff.
Yeah, I think we would probably just go join them in
The sewers.
I mean, you guys don't have to like do the ritual, right? You can show up and like try to lead them along until you can find an opportunity to kill all of them. But we kind of have to have that scene with the priest and Havoc.
Or you just give Havoc the orb and see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could do that.
We could go wrong.
You could do that. I don't see why you would, but
We're not doing that. Vaira's just gonna lead everybody. If they don't know of any other shops that they could go to, Vaira's just gonna be like, then what are we waiting for? Let's go deal with this problem.
All right, let's go.
all right. So what's the marching order when you guys are
You all
walking out? I'm
seem
gonna go ahead and put you guys on this map.
awful eager to go and sell your souls.
They gave us 24 hours. Like,
Yeah, we have a ton of time,
Well, you've taken a long rest since then too.
which is 8 hours.
Yeah,
yeah.
but I mean, it's the next day. You have basically till the end of the day, and you've also been out like running through the market and traveling through town and fighting each other.
Something.
It drains some of their spell
Vaira's
slot for you.
mind in the back of her head is telling her that they're not going to wait the full 24 hours. If it looks like we're not going, she feels like the 3 that are following us are going to do something.
The other thing is just general knowledge. If someone says, we kill you if you don't show up on time, you try to show up a little early.
Yeah.
All right. So, what's the marching order heading into the sewers? Who's in front?
Holy Vaira.
I will go in front, but I will summon my shadow, and it will trail as far back as it can without disappearing, and just move with me.
Okay, fair enough. Who's next?
Do you do this without us noticing, or?
I don't think he's trying to hide it this time.
Okay.
I mean, there's no visual, like, you might just glance around and suddenly it's there.
Really
Well,
quick,
the reason...
while I was talking with him earlier, I would put on mage armor, in anticipation for all the fun things
Trouble.
that happen soon.
Oh, yeah.
Most likely.
Yeah, speaking of mage armor, Vaira would also be casting over there.
Casting what?
Mage armor on herself.
Wasn't there something you cast on Daytash, Lynette, and Garx or something earlier?
Mage armor doesn't take
telepathic-
concentration.
Yeah, it does
Awesome.
not.
No, I'm
Neither
just-
does seeming
telepathic
or
bond does not
telepathic bond.
either.
There was
Yeah,
something.
nothing I've cast so far requires it. But
No, that's not what I'm worried about. There was something else there. Oh, seeming.
yeah, that she didn't cast on them, but it's also
Yeah.
not concentration. The telepathic bond only lasts for 1 hour, by the way.
Oh, okay, so it's probably gone by now.
Yeah, and then
When
seeming
yours
is
drops,
8
I'll
hours,
establish mine.
and then she'll have mage armor for 8 hours as well.
All right. who's behind Havoc? We've got Vaira, Soul, and Ambien left.
Ambien will be next.
Okay, Ambien. So we got Soul, Kitty, and Vaira left still.
I'm probably following Vaira.
Oh, okay.
We're following the leader.
Vaira will be in the middle then, I guess.
That's actually the best place to be, arguably.
As a mage, yeah.
Because
Yeah.
people come up behind you, they can't stab you, and people who come from the front can't stab you or whatever.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna put you guys on the map. Are we gonna let Lynette, Daytash, and Garx go ahead of you guys, or are they following up behind you?
They're
Wait, would
willing
they
to go
let
ahead
us?
of us, then yeah.
Would they let us lag behind? I thought they were supposed to stay with us.
Maybe not. But what about the shadow? If they see it, they might get suspicious, right?
That's too bad for them.
Yeah, that's too bad for Havoc.
I mean, it's not something he can just dispel or anything, right?
Nope, it's not a magical effect.
Do you have any like limited uses of it or anything? No, it's just at will.
Nope.
Whenever.
Much as I want, yep.
Well, I guess they ain't gonna do anything about it. Okay. Garx is probably like on the ceiling, keeping pace with you guys, not really ahead or behind. And once you get in the sewers, he turns visible. But here, I'm just gonna reveal you guys on the map. Boom. And that should be okay. Okay, so everybody make sure your tokens have your long rests, all your things. Your health is good and everything.
Surprisingly, we didn't do any damage to each other during that thing.
Yeah.
So we're good.
But you're about to, probably, because it sounds like what you guys are going to do is try to kill the council, and that means Marin too. So there is that.
Well, so here's the thing. No one said that he did it. I don't think there's any visual marks that he did it. Is there?
No, like he doesn't have black veins or anything. I mean, there's nothing that's like, if there's been a hint that there might be something, like we saw Seston look at his wrist earlier. But yeah, I mean, there's no like black lines in their face like with you or anything like that.
Of course. So we wouldn't necessarily know that he did it.
I mean, if you walk in and he's acting like he was just a minute ago.
Yeah, right? All that nervousness was just gone.
Yeah. That might clue you off to something has happened. He also like seems to be like, this is just Tim as a player. He seems to be doing really well with just becoming part of the council. Like he's done a good job of like talking to them, like building rapport and like becoming one of them, fitting in with them kind of thing. Also, Meryn, take 3 XP for that scene you just had with them.
Okay.
And the rest of you guys take 3 XP for the RP for trying to get to the magic shop and all that stuff. Okay. You know, so we can leave it off right here with you guys like starting to walk in right after they've had this conversation, or presumably a few minutes afterwards, maybe. I don't have to spread them out. That's fine. I'll just leave them right there. I don't want to give myself too much of an advantage here. All right. And then maybe we just end the session there. I think we might be done after next session with B team for a while. With the arc. I mean, hopefully you guys aren't all dead, but there might be a TPK. I mean, I don't know. It's possible.
So what's gonna happen if if it goes to combat and like if they win and they kill the council and me, then like I just make a new character and that's kind of like that would be pretty easy to resolve. But what happens if the council wins if we fight and they all end up dead? Would they like make new characters that join the council or
potentially?
That's a good question.
I don't know. I haven't decided yet. We could do several things, right? Like we could have them make new characters that join the council. They could be part of another mercenary group that the council hooks up with back in creation. Like if you guys kill all them and then you guys head to creation for your next job, maybe the council hooks up with like a mercenary group to help run the next job. They could be that group. Like you guys just hire them. Maybe they're expendable, right? Like you know your next job's gonna be dangerous, so you hire some people to be like cannon fodder, and kind of like what they did with Gilliman and his group, right? Where they
Gilliman the Great.
yeah,
respectfully.
yeah, right. But they weren't supposed to be able to kill any of you. They were just hiring those guys to like see what you could do, and they just like happened to be able to kill Kashama or whatever. But yeah, I know. I'm sorry, man. But yeah, maybe something like that. I don't know. Or they're like you guys join the council and we play through the whole thing until we free all you guys or whatever. Yeah. I don't know. We'll find out, I guess. That's what I love about like doing these improvisation things where we don't plan super far ahead, is because I never know what's gonna happen either. I dig that.
So I do want to say that outside of the mental bond, but in his own head, while they're making their way towards the sewers, he's going to be trying to like call out to anyone who happens to be listening.
No, there's no response.
God damn it!
He's gone, man.
He
Like-
wants to yell at someone.
He can only take control of you under very specific conditions, and just seeing the inert orb doesn't do it. And like, he's just not there. When the orb triggered on and turned on, and showed itself to not be a broken orb, that's what triggered it. The first time,
Gonna have words with
and
this
then like
thing.
keeping in contact with it didn't help you either. But yeah,
All right.
yeah. You could always learn more about him. There are ways to communicate with him. We might get there. Like if you guys get into the council, like stuff's gonna come up with him. Also, if you guys don't end up killing the council, we'll find a way to explore some of that stuff with him too, because he'll still be around, obviously.
Isn't there only one way to kill the council?
What do you mean?
Well, don't they just keep coming back to life?
No, like I mean, if you don't like
Yes,
cut off their
but we
head,
don't-
if you don't like if you down them and then you run up and have somebody like, okay, I'm gonna cut off their head or whatever, then I'll be like,
Wait,
all right,
what?
But we
Yeah.
don't know that yet.
yeah, you don't really know that.
They didn't tell us that?
I
Nope.
did. I feel like I said that several times.
He's said it before, but our characters in game
Yeah.
don't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say if they mentioned that, then
They would definitely not mention that.
No, they're
they
they're
would
not gonna like.
definitely not be alive anymore.
They're not gonna
If
share
that was no
that,
knowledge, we would kill them immediately.
They're not gonna share that information or anything. No.
Yeah.
But there's
Kill them anyways because we need to know where Havoc is using them.
do what?
Yeah, that's true.
You kind of cut out, yeah.
Sorry,
Like I
what?
said, we wouldn't have killed them anyways because we needed to know where Havoc was because he was
Right.
in goat form.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah. And he had the staff.
I love the idea of join our council, we're immortal, there's no way to fight us. And then, haha, JK got you good, we're not immortal, haha.
Well, I mean, they are, but they're like vampires,
I mean-
right? Like they don't
They
age.
they probably assume they're immortal.
Yeah.
They're not fully immortal.
like vampires aren't fully immortal either, but they're immortal, right? But you can stake them in the
Pretty
heart
close.
and they die, or you cut off their head and they die, or whatever.
They did mention one way for us to kill them, and that was to become a member and then kill them, and we also die ourselves.
Yeah.
Wait, does the one who got killed revive though?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, that's one way.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
one way.
Vaira, that's Vaira's plan.
Oh, you're gonna sacrifice yourself to take one out?
I mean,
That's killing
she
two
doesn't
people
wanna
instead
be
of
a-
one, that's even better.
She doesn't want to be a slave again, so she's just like, if this plan fails, this is my backup plan. Cause
Havoc.
she
Yeah.
she saw a way to escape Crewjet's control. She does not see a way to escape this thing's control if she gets forced to be serving it. So
I'm sure Havoc will just save you again.
Well, if it makes you feel better, Seston has said, maybe it was just a Havoc, I can't remember, but I do recall him saying something like he founded the council for freedom. Like the whole point of it was to be free. That's kind of what the reason he wants to get away from it. is because it's not freedom. It's not real freedom. But like nothing. He's of the opinion that nothing really is real freedom. Like it's an illusion kind of thing. Because we're all
Yeah, see,
ruled by the Arcana. So
Death is the
All
only
of-
release.
all of his original thoughts on the council when he formed it, those are totally in line with Vaira.
Right.
But serving some thing that she doesn't serve anybody but herself. That's why she left her people.
yeah. I mean, it's not so bad. You just have to go kill who you're told to kill every once in a while. Other than that, you can do whatever you want. Yeah.
Yes, I guess that is better than working for Crudiat, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe.
We'll see.
They're also pretty rich too, so there's that. It does have its perks, I guess. But yeah, I guess we'll find out next time on Dragon Ball Z whether you guys murder each other or not. Maybe we'll get to the end of the fight and we'll just have like a random assortment of council, like 3 of you guys live, 3 of them live, or
3 of them, yeah.
That would be interesting.
Oops.
Yeah, that'd be
I
kind
have
of
a feeling it's gonna take 2 sessions to get through this.
Oh, I hope
Yeah.
not.
Especially
another
if
2-session
each
long
of
combat.
us is going through the ritual and we have a similar scene as Marin, I can see it taking another 2 sessions. Just because some of us might take longer than others.
yeah.
Or if in the fight, like just the fact that you'd have to kill someone and then kill them a second time, basically cutting the head off.
Yeah.
And figure that out at some point.
Yeah. Or it'll probably take a few kills for you to figure out how to finish us.
Keep them down. Yeah.
Yeah, because Baron, you've got that now too. So.
Yeah. Would they have told me that that's our weakness after?
1, 2, 3,
Yeah,
4.
probably. Like Seston might
Okay.
have pulled you aside and been like, "This is the only way we can die. Like this, or these special conditions have to be met for us to die." I told you about the suicide thing, the killing another member of the council thing. All that stuff.
Meryn probably is a little bit annoyed they didn't tell him there was a weakness before, but he understands.
Question: what happens if, like, let's say Tim rolls a natural 1 and accidentally hits a council member and kills him?
And kills him. Tim dies.
Tim dies.
Yeah, probably. Yeah,
Tim to roll natural 1.
it'd be really hard to do that. Like I feel like
My
'cause
2 talents.
they'd already
Min-maxing and dying.
Yeah, they'd already have to be downed by someone else. Like, I feel like there'd be the opportunity there for Tim to be a little bit careful about how he lines up his spells if one of them is down or something, just in case. But
Keep in mind, if we have to fight, we're gonna have to fight his stupid animated objects.
that's true. Yeah, Those
Yeah,
things
but
are
none
so-
of us
Counter
know
spell.
that.
They're
Except
so
maybe
OP.
Havoc, because none of us actually witnessed it, did we?
I
Or
did.
No,
Havoc didn't
Soul
see it.
did.
Havoc
Soul
didn't
did.
see
Like
it.
Soul.
I think Soul saw it, yeah. I didn't see it.
Yeah, because it was out in the middle of the street when he
I was too busy killing Crudia.
All right.
This is gonna be interesting.
Yeah. Well, thanks for playing, guys, and thanks for watching,
Yeah.
folks.
Good to be back.
Yeah,
Right.
it's good to have you back, man. I guess we'll figure
Even
out.
though you didn't get to interact with the party at all this
I know.
No, it's fine.
I know.
We'll deal with the whole like having the interact with the party thing next session. There won't be a party left. Or it'll all be one party. Either way, it'll work out.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, it could, even if you guys fight them, it could work out where all of the players survive, right? Like you guys kill all the members of the council except Marin, and like for some reason let him live. I don't know.
I'll be honest, if it comes to fighting, I'm not gonna be mad if you guys kill me. I get it. Just a heads up there. If it makes sense to kill me, then go ahead and do it.
Stop putting yourself against us.
I
Do
mean,
it
it's not
over
my
and
fault I got
over and
scammed.
over.
It's not my fault I got scammed.
Tim jumped right into the converting to the council. I was surprised by that. I was like, all right. He's like,
You know what's
I want to go ahead and
great?
do the ritual
Better
now.
immortality is a good thing.
You know what's great is we didn't actually mean to scam you because Vaira thought Havoc was saying that she had it because he was trying to keep it hidden, but Vaira's never had that in her possession at all. So
And Havoc thought you were talking about something else. Havoc was so confused. He didn't know what, like, the orb. I don't know if any of you caught it, but when you guys showed him the orb, he said, "Where did you get that?" And he didn't know it came from that place. He doesn't remember any of that.
Yeah, it was a pretty brutal time for you.
I was dead most of it.
Yeah.
Marin is just paranoid, and he's like, "Oh, I didn't get a thing. They were all allowed to get me."
He seems less
Vaira
scared, though.
Vaira just
Well, yeah, he's
wasn't
just
sure
got a
what
safety
Havoc
net
was
now.
thinking because she didn't realize that he didn't know that somebody else had it.
I'd like to see the moment where you guys decide we're attacking the council now, and you're like, Meryn, do the thing, and Meryn's like blasting you with fire. That would be great.
Well, he wasn't in on the plan to, like, if we have to fight, we fight. He just was all mad at
Yeah.
us and left.
Yeah.
I don't know what we're gonna do about Marin. I'm not sure how people are gonna feel when they see him there. Havoc just dismissed him as like having run off like the chicken he was.
The moment Marin attacks us, Soul is going to shoot him for sure.
The moment that Marin kills Soul, he's gonna break that gun. He doesn't have a problem with Soul. He just has a problem with that gun.
Fine,
All right.
craftsmanship.
Soul was probably the
gotta
person
go
in
to-
the party that he liked the best, actually.
The funny thing is the soul is made by dwarves.
Yeah, if he knew that, he wouldn't have liked it. He was
That's funny.
pretty impressed with the technology.
Interesting.
Anyways, I gotta go to sleep now, guys.
All right,
Good
guys.
night.
Thanks for
Good
playing.
Good night, Stu.
Have a great week.
Night.
We'll see you guys next Monday. All that stuff. Be safe
Night,
this
everybody.
week.
Night.
Night.
Take care, guys.
If you enjoy the video, make sure you like, share, comment, and subscribe.